Well, this should look like a familiar pattern to you guys. If at first you don't succeed in Microsoft Flight Sim 20, try it again in X-Plane. Welcome back, those of you who were with us for attempt number 1. I guess this is going to sound familiar. This is going to sound like the same exact speech I gave when I did the VFR 6 and the IFR 1. Welcome back to another one of our Slant Alpha adventures, guys. Those of you who are watching this later on YouTube, if you saw our most recent episode of the Wings Over New England flights, you kind of may have a sense of what's going on. We just now booted up on Twitch in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, the Carenado Mooney Ovation. Everything got underway fairly normally, and as soon as we got airborne, we hit these terrible stutters, and the sim just basically was running at essentially half speed, and couldn't even move the view around, and it's kind of the same issue that we had as we got closer into Boston when we were attempting the IFR. So I guess it was the VFR number 6. So back we are. Downwind sim is checked back in. Back we are here, and we are in the Aeroworx DC-3 for XP11 in a sim that we know works well. At least it does in the Boston area. And I got to go back now through the chat that we had a whole bunch of folks that stopped in on the first go around that I never even got to say hi to because I was so preoccupied with trying to fly the plane and being unable to move the view around. So Rigorian stopped in. Rigorian, how are you? Jay Rivard was with us. And What Now had stopped in. What Now was the one that was basically saying, I've had this before. It's a Breezewind also saying, I've had this before. There's really no way around it. You got to just close the game and reopen it. Yeah, so we're going to do this in a sim that I know works. We are, again, going to go through the general briefing. We're resuming the Wings Over New England flights. This is a series of 30 flights, 6 VFR flights and 24 IFR flights, offered here by the Boston Virtual ARTCC. Now, ordinarily, we've got center that was on until 3:30 this afternoon, and no controllers on right now. So ordinarily, you do have to have Boston Center, or at the very least, some of these you can do with just Boston Approach online, but we're going to be doing these without air traffic control. The good news is I've done these flights before, so I don't really need credit for them, but if you want to get credit for them, you have to do them with air traffic control online. Go back to the wings and the list of the flights. You have to be logged into this website, and you have to have a VATSIM account to log into this website and see the details of each of these flights. But again, it's 6 VFR flights, and these flights, I call them training flights. They're not really training you how to fly the plane, but they are training you how to read charts and understand VFR routing and procedures, and IFR routing and procedures, and instrument approaches and that sort of thing. So each one builds on the skills that you learned in the previous. So the further you get through it, the more complex the procedures are, and the lessons that you learn early on are applied into lessons that you will do later. We are starting over tonight's course with IFR flight number 2. The other thing is that as you perform these flights, each one picks up where the last one left off. So we last landed here at Boston Logan, and so this next one picks up from Boston Logan. And that consistency, that cohesiveness, what's the word I'm looking for? C word. Contiguousness, I guess. Continuity, that's the word I'm looking for. So the continuity persists throughout the series, so that each one not only, like I said, builds on skills that you learned in the previous, but it resumes from where the last one left off, so ends up being a nice tour of the major amount of airports in the Boston Virtual ARTCC airspace as well. And again, do we have VATSPY back up and running? Okay, yeah, again, this is second attempt for tonight, although you on YouTube won't see the first attempt here. But we don't have air traffic control in Boston right now, so we will talk through the radio calls that one would make as we perform these flights. And guys, thank you for C. George just stopped back in. The scientist Captain Scientist back in with us. Yeah, thanks for filling everybody new to the stream tonight in on what went down earlier. But I'm gonna have to ignore the chat as I kind of rebrief what we're going to be doing tonight. This is IFR flight number 2. Starts off at Boston. We're going to be heading up to Providence, or down to Providence. I guess I should say south and west to Providence. We will talk about. So we've done some the VOR navigation. I'm sorry, we've done some ILS approach at Providence. We're going to talk again about the Logan 2 departure, and now we're going to introduce what they call tech routes, terminal en route control routes. The very first thing that they go over, and like I said, if you get on this website, here's the list of the flights. 6 VFR flights, 24 IFR flights. The lesson material is here. All you got to do is read through it, and it points you to the resources that you need in order to successfully pass the rating. So the very first thing that they cover here is valid type aircraft types and realistic call signs. On VATSIM, it is not required that you fly under a realistic call sign. But one thing that this program is designed to do is to teach you how to fly realistically on the network. So this program does expect, and the Boston Virtual Controllers would expect for the purposes of the wings flights, that you're not logging on with something like Hello One or something silly, that you do log on with some sort of a realistic general aviation call sign, or in later cases an airline call sign. As far as the type codes, the aircraft type codes, we're going to go to the ICAO aircraft codes. So just Google that, ICAO aircraft codes, and hit this first one here. If you need to know what your aircraft code is, you can put in Piper here, and you can scroll through. There's pages and pages of Piper aircraft, and you can see here's the codes that you're looking for. PA-31 is the Chieftain. Let's just go to the next page. PA, so if you have a Cub, you got the very different variances of the Piper Cub. 32R is the Lance. 32T is the Lance 2. PA-31 is the Navajo Chieftain. Mojave also is considered a PA-31, so you got multiple different types that are using the same code. If you have a Skyhawk, obviously you won't have a Piper Skyhawk. Let's take that out there. Oh, sorry, putting that in the wrong column anyway. Skyhawk. Yep, so there you go. Cessna 172, C-172. We narrow it down to Cessna. There we go. Cessna 172. So there's your type code for that. If you have the Phenom, the Embraer Phenom E50P. So this is what you're supposed to be putting in. The 300, the Phenom 300 is the E55P. Phenom 100 is the E50P. So this is, the definitive resource. This is the actual real-world ICAO, which is the very body that assigns these codes. So this is the definitive resource for what the correct ICAO aircraft code is that you should be putting in. And on X-Pilot and V-Pilot, you actually get that that dialog box when you connect. So for our purposes, we're the DC-3 here. So, where we are talking about, now we've talked about the ILS approaches. The new concept for this lesson is what they call the tech routes. And this goes back to the preferred route database. We talked about in many of our routing tutorials, and there's a link here. If you go onto the lesson material for the IFR2, Wings IFR2, they actually have a link here for the real-world FAA page. It's a little bit more complicated to use, I think, than the one that we use, which is I always recommend the if you go NYPRD, New York ARTCC's version of the preferred route database. We'll see that it's the very same thing. We put in KBOS and KPVD. Here we'll see it is two versions of the same route. The Logan 2 departure Providence VOR with an altitude of 6,000. Or Providence, just radar vectors direct Providence, in which case you would automatically get assigned the Logan 2 departure, radar vector departure, and you'd have a highest altitude of 10,000. I kind of concur that 6,000 is a little bit more of a sensible altitude for this flight. So So that's what we'll use today. But it is the same exact database, whether you use the actual FAA's page or whether you use, this is kind of a VATSIMized version of that same database. So you'll see the links here into different variations of that same database, but it's going to be the same routing information. And so they call that a TEC, terminal en route control route. That means you're not going to be exiting approaches airspace. You're going to be doing this. You're doing this all within approaches airspace. You wouldn't leave approach and have to contact Boston Center. It's a review of the Logan departure. Let's look at that. We talked about this in IFR 1 because we did fly this. This is a perfect case of where I say you don't always just assume that you're going to fly runway heading off of whatever runway you're assigned. Right? If we depart on runway 9, we do indeed fly runway heading. And I think when we started this a little bit ago, runway 9 was the preferred runway for winds. So we'll have to check and see if the winds have shifted or if it's still going to be a runway 9 departure for us today. All the rest of these runways, pretty much every runway, it's runway heading until a certain DME point, and then it's a turn that you're supposed to make. The controller's not going to give you that turn. If you accept the clearance on the Logan 2 and you read that back, you're basically agreeing that you're going to follow the instructions on this departure without having to be told again. Your clearance on the Logan 2 is your instruction to turn to this heading at this point. Okay, in the case of runway 33 left, you go to 2 DME, and then you automatically make this turn to 316. In the case of runway 27, runway heading to 2.2 DME, and then automatically make this left turn to 235. Again, same thing down here. If you're departing on the 2.2s, it's pretty much an immediate turn to 140 off of those. Departing off of 1.5, it's a almost immediate turn, 1 DME, and then turn out to 120. So again, you file the Logan 2 and you get cleared on the Logan 2 and you read back your clearance on the Logan 2. You have agreed to what is on this chart. The controller's not going to say, Mooney 514 Delta, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, okay, you're now at 2 DME, make that left turn to 316, please. You shouldn't have to. You've already accepted a clearance saying you were going to do that. So there you go. All those headings are part of this departure, and again, if you accept the clearance on it, you're accepting the responsibility being on you for following those instructions. Initial altitude for props is 3,000 feet. Let's go back. I think we've covered that in as much detail as we can. So again, we're going to file. Let's go ahead and get our flight plan in front of us here. Bear with me, guys. I'm just a little discombobulated. I had this much more organized when I did it the first time through, but now that I'm kind of back over again, we are going to be IFR. We're going to be slant alpha. We're going to be KBOS to KPVD. No alternate needed. Departure time, I think we're going to make it, who knows at this point, 1:45. Got to go back through and adjust my planning spreadsheet for the timing. Who knows if we're actually going to get through all 3 of these at this point. Bear with me, guys. David 40W is here. David 40W says, if flying a jet. I'm assuming that there's more to that question, sir. Alright, so Boston to Providence, we're going to depart at 1:45. Our time en route is going to be just 23 minutes. Fuel available, we've got 341 in the tanks right now. Cruise speed is going to be 180, and we're at 6,000. And like we said, we're going to be in the Logan 2 to PVD. And the Boston Virtual ARTCC asks that you put the flight that you're doing there in your comments. Alright, so that's now filed. Let's come back over here and get back into the airplane and start getting ready to do this thing. Now, the bad thing says the changes in direction on the Logan are for jets. The continued written description says non-jets just fly assigned headings. Let's look at that. Oops, actually it was on that previous page. Yep, okay, down here. Logan 2 continuation, let's look. Oh, yeah, you're correct. Jet aircraft. Do everything that was depicted there. Non-jet aircraft, climb on assigned heading. Very observant of you, sir. Thank you very much, David 40W. So for our case, we will climb on just the assigned heading that we get from our tower controller. Of course, today we're going to be kind of just talking through that tower control. But yep, David 40W, no, very good observation. Thank you, sir. All right, anyway, as we continue on, let's go. We set the fuel load, we can get the master battery on. No smoking, nav and beacon lights will come on. No smoking, nav and beacon. Fuel tanks can go to mains. So left main and right main. Yeah, and the funny thing, David 40W, when we did this before, when we did this departure for the IFR-1, we had talked through those headings, and then the tower gave us a heading on our departure. You know, on departure fly heading 270, runway 33 left, clear for takeoff. And I was like, oh, well, that overrides the headings that we were just discussing. And of course, then I went ahead and flew the heading 270 because obviously, even if those headings did apply to you, the tower instruction overrides it anyway. But what you're saying is absolutely correct, that those headings never applied to us in the first place, the ones on the chart. Good observation, but also for you guys that are watching to know that if you do fly this in a jet aircraft, you are bound by those headings, as we were saying before. And not only those headings, but the point at which you start those turns is part of that departure. All right, now back to what we were doing. We got the fuel tanks. Let's get the cowls open. So some white sink handles over there. Props can go full forward. Let's go ahead and start up the number 2, which would be mix, magnetos, fuel pump, prime it, clear it, and start it. There we go. Fuel pressure, I'm sorry, oil pressure comes up right away. Fuel pressure is artificially elevated by the electric pump. We'll shut that off. Check and make sure fuel pressure stabilizes, and it does. And all indications are looking good so far. All right, so there we go. Inverter on and radio master on now that we have electrical power. We have sent our flight plan. We've updated the progress bar. Let's hop back over here and check on METAR for KBOS. 09087, so it looks like we're still going to be using runway 9 for departure. 29906 is the altimeter, so we'll go ahead and plug that in. Yeah, Papa Charlie said it right. Everybody on this channel learns something. I am constantly learning. I have been a sim pilot for over 30 years, probably over 35 years, and I'm still learning every day. Great thing about this hobby, generally speaking. Alright, so we got our altimeter. Origin elevation is 20 feet on the chart. Looks like the altimeter is reading just a touch above that, but within 75 feet is usually good. And sometimes one side of the airport's a little higher than the other side of the airport and so forth. So that's going to be close enough for our purposes today. We would obtain our clearance if we had air traffic control. We would go ahead and ring them up right now, and we'd say Boston Center, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. We've got the weather at Boston, or information Charlie, or whatever ATIS information you would have had. So we've got the weather at Boston, IFR to Providence on the wings, IFR number 2. And so they say Douglas 514 Delta Victor, cleared to, or Wings IFR 2 approved, cleared to Providence, Logan 2 departure, radar vectors Providence, direct, maintain 3,000, expect 6,000, 10 minutes after departure, departure frequency 122.8 in our case, squawk 2200. Obviously they're not going to assign you 22.8, and they're not going to assign you 2200 for your squawk, but for today, again, this is a VATSIM-ism here. This is not a real squawk code, but 2200 is generally what you squawk if you're IFR in non-controlled space. And again, not really, doesn't really matter that much if no controllers are around. Doesn't really matter what you're squawking, but 2200 just to not clutter up controller scopes on adjacent positions, adjacent sectors. So there you go, 2200. Mode C is on, and we would read back. All right, cleared to Providence, Logan 2 departure, Providence, radar vectors Providence in this file, will maintain 3,000, expecting 6,010. Departure frequency, whatever, 133.4, or 134.7, I think is the usual Boston Center one, and squawk, whatever it is, 1234. Read back correct, expect runway 9, call for taxi. Okay, good. So we've done all that. We can get back to our checklist. And transponders on. We set the squawk. We set the mode Charlie. Nav and ADF tuners. This is where you would want to tune the Boston VOR 112.7. Again, if you're flying, especially if you're flying a jet, and you need to abide by these specific marks to when you're making these turns, you definitely want to have that Boston 112.7 set in your Nav 1. You'll see the DME comes in over here, 1.7, where we're sitting here. If you had a Nav 1 standby, you probably want to set it to Providence 115.6 because that's what we're going to be radar vector 2 momentarily. We don't have a standby in this aircraft. We actually can. We can tune it in Nav 2 though. What was it, 15.6? And probably not receiving it on the ground, but we know we're approximately maybe a 230 from it. So it's probably around there.
603 Bravo November, radio check. Anybody on this frequency?
5F5.
Cessna 603 Bravo November, Cessna 172 at 9,000 on the setting up for the ILS approach runway 4 right, Boston.
All right, there we go. But anyway, so now we can we tune that Providence VOR. We know we're going to be about. Sky Vector tells us that we're going to be up.
November, we're at, let's see.
Going to be about a 221, but once we fly out eastbound,
15 miles.
we're not sure exactly how far we're going to go. But let's just say there. So the bearing increases, 225. If we were fly further out, the bearing increases. About a 230, 229 there. So we're not sure exactly what direction Providence is going to be from us until we get directed to go, proceed direct Providence. But we know it's going to be somewhere between a 2.2 and a 2.3. So we'll just kind of have that tuned to that radio for now, and we'll adjust as necessary once we get that proceed direct Providence instruction. Not really any specific radio that we need to tune here. I'm just going to turn that up to 0 so that I'm not kind of distracted by that as a target heading. And I think we're good to go with the nav and ADF tuners. Radio altimeter on the Douglas I like to have set to 1 extra departure. When it gets to 400 is when I pull the flaps in and pull the power to from takeoff to climb. Fuel quantity, we're supposed to be starting with 369 total gallons, so we'll say about 120 per tank. I'm sorry, no, yeah, about 90 per tank. 9 times 4 is 36, okay, yeah, about 90 per tank, and yeah, the right main's a little low because we've been sitting on the ramp running just the right engine, but otherwise we're close enough there for our government work and good to go. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get the doors closed. Guys have piled in by this point, hopefully. Seatbelt lights on. Engine 1. Mix, whoops, get to clunk in the position there. There we go. Mix magnetos, fuel pump, prime it, clear it, and start it. Alright, oil pressure comes up right away. Good. Fuel pressure is artificially inflated by the electric pump, but we'll turn that off. See that everything stabilizes and everything looks good to go with 2 good engines. Alright, let's make sure our headings are synced. We're pointed exactly at 330. We're going to spin this one pretty much all the way around. Again, this is the target heading up top. Whoops, other way. Target heading up top. Spin that to 0 so that I'm not accidentally looking at it. And then this goes this way to a 330 as our present heading. And I think we're good there. Flight controls will be checked, so we'd run, again, I put the yoke on as though I'm checking the movement of the yoke. I'm not really checking the movement of the yoke. We would be checking the outside control surfaces to make sure that they all move freely and correctly for the direction that we're commanding them. Let's double check that our trim is neutral, and there we go. We can go ahead and set flaps 1. Tail wheel can be unlocked, taxi light can come on, and I think we're ready to go. Alright, we believe that if we were given taxi instructions here, we would be given something like runway 9, taxi via Bravo. Let's look at it. Bravo, Kilo, Mike. Signature ramps all the way up at the upper left corner of the map here, up in this area, so we would probably just join Bravo, follow Bravo all the way around, and probably left Kilo, right Mike, and then kind of end up on runway 9 and out that way. So that's what I assume. If there was a Boston controller on, obviously if they gave us something different, we would do whatever they told us, but that's what I assume we're going to get. So we'll say, we'll make sure we have the current ATIS. So Boston ground, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, we now have information, Delta, we're ready to taxi runway 9 for the signature ramp. Okay, 514 Delta Victor, signature, taxi to runway 9 or taxi via Bravo, Kilo, Mike. And we're not technically crossing whole runway 4 left there, but I think we're going to be crossing the threshold marker, so they would say probably hold short runway 4 left at Kilo. Alright, we'll runway 9 or Bravo, Kilo, and Mike, and we'll hold short 4 left. 514 Delta Victor.
Boston traffic, November 603, Bravo November, 20-mile final, runway 4 right, Boston traffic.
Boston traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, signature ramp, taxiing out to runway 9 for IFR eastbound departure at Boston. So we'll keep in mind, guys, we do have one inbound announced, and we'll need to make sure that we kind of, he says he's on a 20-mile final. I didn't quite catch his aircraft type pieces. I know he said Cessna, so I feel like he said he was saying he was some sort of a single-engine Cessna, like a Skyhawk, but we'll just keep in mind that he's out there. Not really racing him, but we want to kind of make sure that he's not like right about to land by the time we get down there. Yeah, I get that long taxi. For those of you for whom it is the second time you've ridden with us tonight, apologize for this nice long taxi down to runway 9er. In the Douglas, there are a handful of things we will want to do as we make this taxi. I'm going to make this turn, take this bend around the northeast edge of Bravo. and we're going to Bravo, and what are we crossing here? We're Bravo. Crossing Charlie there. Okay, we got a little ways to go. Alpha 2 and Echo, and then Kilo's the next left. Alright, while we're taxiing out, a handful of things to do in the Douglas here. I'm going to check our hydro pressure. That's the two white gauges over there on the right. They're both reading normally. Let's see if we can keep it on center line while we do that. Cowls can go in the trail. I guess I would normally say while I'm looking that way. But I'm trying to look down the center line here, make sure we stay on it. If we were doing a passenger carrying flight in our Douglas today, this is the point where we would...
November is executing a left 360 for spacing for AI traffic, Boston traffic.
Really? You're spacing with AI traffic, dude? Not recommended, guys. If you're flying on VATSIM, it's really not recommended that you have traffic out there that only you can see. So I think we passed Echo. Yeah, and this is now Kilo. Boston traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, crossing approach onto 4 left on Kilo, Boston. Yeah, but you don't want to be sequenced behind traffic that only you can see, especially if the controller gives you a point out. Traffic's 3 o'clock, 5 miles, report in sight, and you say, "Oh, I got him in sight," and the controller then says, "All right, number 2, follow that traffic." All right, we'll follow that traffic, and you sequence yourself behind him, but in reality, you've cut off the one that you were supposed to be looking for. Not good. So when you're on VATSIM, it's definitely recommended that you turn off any traffic that is generated by your sim. Okay, so after we cross, then we make the right turn on Mike, yeah. And then this should be the end of 9. Okay, yep. So let's get ready for our departure. It's too hard to know what's actual traffic. Agree. So don't confuse yourself on purpose. Anti-collision. Landing lights on. Taxi light off. pitot heat on. And fuel pumps on. Boston traffic. Douglas 514 Delta Victor is entering runway 9 for IFR eastbound departure at Boston. And again, of course, this is where the tower controller would say runway 9, line up and wait, or runway 9, clear for takeoff.
603 Bravo November is 13 DME, runway 4 right, iOS, Boston traffic.
Okay. So he's south of the runway. If we turn out to the right, we're going to have to watch for him. Alright, so we're on runway 9. Let's get lined up. Let's get the tail wheel relocked here. Gauges all look good. Engines responding normally. We'll set our takeoff power. Got a follow there. We'll check on that in just a moment. 45 is now set. Got a couple follows, it looks like. Alright, tails up. Let's keep the plane nice and level. On a flaps 1, on a nice long runway like this, you normally take off without flaps in a Douglas. I like the flaps 1 because you just hold that level attitude and she lifts right off, right on her own. Gear coming up. Go ahead and get the flaps in. Normally I wait for 400 feet to get the flaps in. Boston traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, clear runway 9, straight out IFR departure, Boston. Straight out for now. We'll start sequencing our turns here in just a moment. Alright, so we're through 400 feet. We'll pitch down, we'll build speed, we'll get up to that 110 knot climb. Flaps are in, we can get the power reduced 25 and 40. So here's where the controller might say, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, contact departure. We'll contact departure. Switch over to the departure frequency. Boston departure, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. This is where you give your altitude. You give it to the closest hundreds of feet. So for right now, like we'll say, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, passing 1,100, going to 3,000. Okay, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, radar contact, turn right heading 180. Alright, Brian, 180, 514 Delta Victor. Boston traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's turn is southbound east of the field, will remain left of the 4122 center line, Boston. Will remain east of that center line. Okay, so rolling out on a heading of 180 and climbing to 3,000 and watching for that traffic that should be coming in kind of on our right here. Hang on, guys. It's nice and stable. Got a good climb going. We're 25. Got to increase the throttle to keep it up at 40. Going to 3,000. We've got 1,100 feet to go. Everything looking good so far. So the follows were from Bombs Away. Bombs Away, thank you very much for joining us. And we got Blueberries with us as well. Blueberries is following. Thank you so much, guys, for stopping in tonight. We're doing the Wings over New England flights of the Boston Virtual ARTCC's training program. Blueberries says 3D view once you take off. Okay, Blueberries, yeah, he says, can you read my last message? Yeah, you gotta give me a minute, man. I normally hand fly these things. I don't use a lot of autopilot on this channel, so aviate, navigate, communicate. Gotta make sure the plane keeps flying first before I check those messages, so you gotta bear with me, all right? Once I get once I'm sure that I'm kind of drifting to the right, I'm going to try and keep this 180 heading, and I need to be leveling off at 3,000 feet, and I'm about to be in clouds too, so I'll get you an outside view in just a second, man. Let me just make sure. Once you lose sight of the horizon, you got to focus in on this gauge right here to make sure you are still doing what you think you're doing. So there we go. Okay, we can see a little bit better. Yep, let's get you an outside view real quick. It's the Douglas DC-3, the Aeroworx Douglas DC-3. For XP11. Ortho scenery installed throughout this area, so it's not quite as nice as Microsoft flights in 2020, visually speaking, but hey, at least the sim is not completely stuttering out on us. So there, we got that going for us. Okay, there's 3,000 feet. We're going to level it off now. Well, then I'm still drifting a little bit to the right, so let's get back over to the left here on that 180 heading. Kind of waiting at this point for that traffic to call his next position. We're at 5 miles out from the Boston VOR. Whoops, now I'm... Hang on, let's get back on 180, let's get the wings level again. Since we're going to be in clouds and we think that the temperature might be near freezing, go ahead and get the anti-icing stuff on as well. Bear with me for just a moment. I think what I'll do is I'll turn the controls over to autopilot here. Oh, phew, that's going to make life easier for us. Turn the controls over to autopilot to maintain this this heading and this altitude for us. That way we can focus on the chat. We can focus on missing this traffic that's still passing off to our right, we think, possibly. We can make sure we stay on our assigned altitude. Make sure that we properly manage the engines. Alright, so let's hand the controls over to autopilot on, heading mode and level. And we can pull the power back to about 22 and 22, or 22 and 22 is the Mooney. 23 and 34 is what I usually use for the Douglas. Boston traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor is extending southbound, now 10 DME from the Boston VOR to make sure we clear the inbound traffic to
Boston traffic, Cessna 603 Bravo November is on a 6-mile final runway 4 right. Boston traffic.
All right, perfect. Okay, so he's clear. He's at 6 miles. We're 11 miles, so we're south of him now. So this is where we would say, but controller might say, okay, Boston, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, turn right heading 230, direct Providence when able, climb and maintain 6,000. So that's when we'd say, okay, 230, direct Providence, and 6,000, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. So there we go, 230. We'll
Boston traffic correction, we're 4 DME from on final runway 4 right. Boston traffic.
We're well south of you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, so back up to climb power now. And let's see, so get the climb power set 25 and 40. Okay, that's pretty good. Got a decent climb going. Climb a little bit more aggressively even. Heading up to 6,000. We're on heading 230, and now let's go direct Providence. Go ahead and flip this up into VOR 1 so it's a little easier to see. 115.6. Come on, where's that middle knob? There we are, 115.6. Okay, so direct Providence now is going to be basically straight up into that arrow, so it's a little bit to the right of where we are. And let's spin this around. So it's almost exactly a 240 from where we are. So let's just turn this right another 10 degrees. Yeah, Blueberry says, everyone I've found is just on autopilot. Yeah, we do a lot of hand flying on this channel, especially the departures. This is a training flight that's presented by the Boston Virtual ARTCC, so we're trying to follow the procedure as though we had air traffic control, so I'm talking through a lot of the radio calls that we would ordinarily get. So, you know, a lot of times if I'm going to be real busy, and the Douglas DC-3 is not the ideal plane to use for this this training flight, but because we had some trouble with Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 stuttering, we decided to switch over, and this is kind of the plane that I'm the most comfortable in X-plane. The detail on the inside and outside is insane. Yeah, this is the Aeroworx Douglas DC-3. It's actually on the X-plane org forum as a C-47, but it's freeware. Completely free version of the DC-3 that you can download if you have X-plane 11. So incredible that they have this detailed a plane that's available completely for free for X-plane. But I think for X-plane 11, oops. So let's center that. I'll show you.
3 Bravo November is clear. Runway 4 left on fog. Taxing to signature. Boston traffic.
Okay. So I decided to use the autopilot to track that radial in, but it wasn't exactly centered, so the autopilot veered over to the left to get back on that radial as we dialed it in. The thing about going direct, though, is you don't have to be on a particular radial. You can just set it to whatever centers, and then just have the autopilot follow that. So that's what we should have made sure that was centered before we clicked over into nav mode.
603 Bravo November, taxiing cross, approach and runway 4 left. Boston traffic.
But anyway, yeah, no, and Blueberries was asking if I fly in real life. I do not. This is a 35-year habit. 35-year hobby that I pursue rather obsessively, but it's all just behind the computer desktop for me. All right, we've got a moment here where I think we can just run through and make sure that our directional gyros are all still in sync. Well, we're turning a little bit. Let's wait until auto gets us stabilized on a heading here, and then we'll run through those in sync and make sure that they all are in agreement with one another. And we're almost at our level off altitude of 6,000 feet. I should be keeping the manifold pressure up at 40. Higher you go, the lower it gets, and you have to kind of pump the throttles up to keep that there. So we've done that now. We're just getting up to that level off altitude. So we'll get ready to capture that 6,000. I think now we've got pretty stable heading going of a 2-3. What is that, about a 2-3-2, guys? Yeah, okay, those are actually pretty well in sync, so I'll leave them like they are. And we'll go ahead and get that leveled off. Alright, since we've leveled up, I think I did get the fuel pumps off, yeah, okay. So flaps up and fuel pumps off after departure, we did that. At cruise now, we can go seatbelt signs off. Mix can go to auto lean. Cowls can go closed, and of course we know that in this plane we do have to leave them open just a little bit there, just so that the cylinder head temps don't run out of control. We can pull the power down into 23 and 34 for cruise. 23 and 34, whoops, 34 is up there. And then we can switch the fuel tanks over into the auxes. Switch right and left onto the rear tanks. So we can see the right, the main tanks have burnt down to just about 70 gallons. The auxes are still showing just above 90, which is where they started. So we'll burn the auxes down for a little while. Start moving that center of gravity up towards the front of the plane. Alright, we're 17 miles from Providence, and let's see, what approach are we going to get at Providence? We still have no VATSIM air traffic control. Let's do a METAR at KPVD just to see what the weather and wind conditions are. 060 at 9 knots, so we're going to look for something, and overcast at 19. So we're going to look for an instrument approach, 2994. An instrument approach that arrives at a northeastbound runway. That's what we're looking for. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. We don't need that anymore. We don't need those anymore. Okay, so KPVD. Let's see, let's look at the airport diagram and see, first of all, what runways we have available at Providence. Well, we've got a giant runway 5 that's pretty close to 060 at 9, so that's going to be pretty close to a straight down the runway wind. We're going to land, we got 8,700 foot of runway, so we're going to not worry about planning it down quickly. But I tell you what, let's just say if we had traffic right in behind us, we would want to, we could do one of two things. We could land and ask to roll long and turn off after the crossing runway, up here to the GA ramp. That's where we're going to end up there, all the way up to the north end. Or we can land it short and just make the first available left, and we just know that we're going to end up taxiing well north and eastbound on Mike. Definitely a left-hand turnoff, though. Let's start looking at our instrument approaches to that runway. I'm assuming, since it's such a giant runway, we've got a pretty standard approach to it. Yeah, ILS or... Okay, so we could, at this point, start talking about doing the full procedure from Providence. That's going to be covered, I think, later on in the wings over New England flights. So for today, I think we're going to pretend that we've got air traffic control vectoring us onto this final. I think procedure turns are a lot of fun, and feeder fixes and initial fixes and procedure turns and hold turns are a lot of fun. But we will definitely cover that as we get later into the series. Since the idea of this series is to introduce one concept at a time, I think we will save that for later on. So we're coming in kind of this way. I think what I'll do is I'm just going to have our pretend air traffic controller vector us to the south, and then down this way, and then we will join the final approach course from kind of over the river. Let's do a pretty comprehensive briefing, though. 109.3 and 047. So those are the radio nav frequency 109.3, the course 047. We are going to intercept that We're going to be at least 2,000 feet at the final approach fix. So we'll probably descend to 2,100. And then, well, let's see, at 7.5 DME will be until we'll just descend to 2,000. Let's check this out. Is there anything obstacle-wise south of the airport that we couldn't be at 2,000 for? No, not really. Alright. If we're at 6,000 and we need to be at 2,000, then we've got 4,000 feet to lose. We're going to use about 14 miles to do that, and we're already 6 miles out, so we need to start down now. So let's just say they would say, Douglas 5 and 4 out to Victor, turn left heading 180, descend and maintain 2,000. Okay, 180, 2,000, Douglas 5 and 4 out to Victor. So let's get the plane back in the heading mode. Turn left to 180. Start reducing power. Start a gentle descent. And then let's start our descent checklist. Going to be kind of busy, guys, so bear with me if I'm not attentive to the chat as we start our first arrival here into Providence, Rhode Island. Seatbelt signs back on. Power down to 20 and 20. Get the radio altimeter set to 10x. Taxi via Zulu is here. How are you? Aviator Mark back with us. OBFG. Checking back in. Alright, as we commence our approach, the mixes can come back into auto rich. Cows will come back into trail. What is that? Yeah, cows back into trail. Tail wheel should be locked, which it should still be, but we always want to check and make sure that it is. And fuel pumps can come on, so we will do that as well. Alright, so we've started our approach checklist. Since we're getting vectors now, we don't have to have any specific thing tuned on the VOR. We'll go ahead and get the localizer frequency tuned. 109.3. And 047 is what the course was. So we'll spin that around. Whenever you're getting ready to fly an ILS approach, you also have to be ready to fly the missed approach. Now, flying the missed approach, I think, comes in later, but we need to be ready. It is a 800 climb to 800, then a left turn 2500 to 270 heading, and then the Providence VOR radial 321. So that's what we need to have tuned. We need to intercept this 321 on Providence. So 115.6 and 321. We'll have that set in nav 2 just in case we need it. Hopefully we won't. 115.6. We actually have that tuned in nav 2 already, but we'll dial that radial in. Which was it? 321 outbound. So again, if you're prepared, if you're not prepared for the mist, you're not prepared for the approach. 32. So there's 320. There's 321. Okay. The other thing we want to know is the minimums. Minimums for a straight-in ILS is 253 above sea level, which is 200 above ground level. So we'll call it 300 just as a fail-safe. 300 feet would be our minimums. And we've checked the METAR, so we know that the reported cloud cover goes down to 1900. So we should be okay. And then we already know that there's going to be a very slight right to left crosswind, but most of the wind components coming straight down the runway in our face. So it shouldn't be much of a discernible crosswind, and then 29 or 9 or 4 is the altimeter. We'll go ahead and get that set. 2994. Starflies, yes, indeed. We are indeed slant alpha tonight. For real. For real, though. Alright, let's just run through our approach briefing, make sure we covered everything. So we talked about the frequency, the course, the minimums. We talked about the cloud cover and the winds. We talked through the missed approach procedure, and we know that it's a left-hand turnoff. So we've got everything covered. We're now just waiting for our vector in. So approach, the approach controller would basically at this point say, all right, turn right heading 270. So we'll turn right heading 270, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. As soon as we stabilize on 270, we'll make sure that we'll have one last opportunity to make sure all of our headings are in sync, and then so for 043, then we'll probably get a right turn to about a 020 to make that intercept. It looks like our headings are all pretty much in sync. Almost, well, see, it's a couple degrees right of west. So let's just do that. Let that shake out. We're at our assigned altitude of 2,000. We'll level it off. Add some power back in as we level off. 22 and 30 is probably okay. Alright, we see we are receiving some information on our localizer and glide slope, so we'll be ready to get a turn. Now, honestly, the approach controller would give us a pretty good intercept here. We're going to have to kind of guess at it a little bit, again, since we're not following that. Getting flipped back and forth on that now. So let's just say we get a turn to 020 now to intercept that. 020, and actually if it's showing now that it's to our right, we might have blown through it. It kind of flipped back and forth, so I'm not exactly sure. We'll just turn to 060 now, maybe 070. Nope, now it's flipped back to the other side. So the X-plane's just being a little funny because there's two different localizers on the same frequency there. So 020 was indeed a good intercept. We'll just turn to that. So that's just a little guesswork that we have to do because we don't actually have an air traffic controller. And we're 11 miles out. We know that we're going to intercept. We should be, if everything's going as according to plan, we should be intercepting that 2,000-foot final approach fix at 7.5 miles out. So if we've done this right, we'll intercept the localizer first. But again, that may or may not happen the way it should. Again, because we were kind of guessing here at the parameters without an approach controller. Now, since we're getting ready to intercept, we can start slowing to our flap 1 speed. We'll get down to 120 knots. Yeah, I'm going to make just another 20 degree left correction here, guys. just to get us on that localizer before the glide slope starts coming down. Again, the approach controller would have given us a better vector to get on that localizer. There's 120 knots. Get flaps 1 out, put some power back in. Good night for IFR, says C. George. Yeah, it is. Looks like that glide slope's starting to come down. Oh, is the localizer moving too? Maybe not. Alright, let's make a little bit more of an aggressive correction to get on it. Again, not quite realistic to make this radical correction onto the localizer, but we just we didn't have an approach controller to give us a good vector, so kind of fudging it a little bit here, guys. There we go, now it's coming in. Alright, I'm going to take the controls, fly this thing for real, heaven help us. Let's get turned over. Now I've overshot the localizer. Turn on to the 043, so we'll turn back to about a 050060 maybe. We're pretty much on the glide slope now too, so we'll pull power down, get gear, flaps 2. Start a gentle descent. Gentle descent, I said. We'll start gradually getting the prop lever forward. Oh, there we are. Okay, yeah, we knew we overshot it, not too bad though. Okay, now we're back, and you guys can start putting some predictions in as far as the descent rate when we hit the pavement. No bot command necessary, just positive or negative number. We got 2 more notches of flaps to go, and we'll get down to about 90 knots and get that third one out. We got some subscription renewal action there from C. George. Thank you so much for that, man. Appreciate the support as always. So there's 90 knots, and when we get down to about 80, we'll get that 4th notch of flaps out. Again, the props are going faster, but we're not really adding power. We're just downshifting the car into a lower gear. The RPMs increase as you get in from 4th to 3rd gear, but you're not really putting on the gas as you go down the hill. One more notch of flaps to come in, guys. We got the subscription from Not JK as well. Missed the message. I'll have to check on that later, Not JK. A little bit low now. Let's get back up onto the profile. Get down to that 80 knots for that 4th notch of flaps. Then we'll aim for 75 down, final 70 over the numbers. Flaps 4 coming in. Obviously, you would have had your landing clearance by now. You would have switched over to Providence Tower, or whoever's handling Providence Tower gotten your landing clearance. So, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, runway 5, clear to land, wind 060 at Niner. Alright, clear to land, runway 5, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. Okay, so now our gear's down in green, our flaps are set, flaps 4 is set and checked. We have our landing clearance. Missed approach altitude is, what did we say it was? 2,500. There's pretty stable 75 knots down final. And again, we got plenty of runway here, but my challenge to myself was to land and turn off as quickly as possible. Not use any more of the runway than we really need here. So we'll see how well we do. It is a very slight right to left. That's why you see me flying in with the right wing lowered just a touch here. I'm still a little bit left of center line. Looks like there's a discrepancy in the ortho versus where the threshold actually is. That's kind of throwing me off a little bit. Floated it just a little long, 86 though. Oh, floated it and bounced it just a bit. Not too bad though. '86 is the winning number. Keep the yoke back until you get the speed out. Get the flaps stowed and get the tail wheel unlocked so we can make this left turn coming up. See where we turned off. Missed what the sign said, but let's take a look here. We think probably Tango? Charlie and Mike. Okay, so we'll hop off here at Charlie. Oh, I rolled it up much closer to the crossing runway. And Tango was the one that I could have made much earlier. If I'd set it down firm and stopped short, I could have made Tango, but Charlie's up here. We're missing some buildings maybe. Oh no, the buildings are way over there. This is a very weird airport, very spread out. Providence traffic, Douglas 514 out to Vickers, down runway 5 and taxi in to the ramp, crossing runway 3-4, Providence. So that was one thing I didn't do, I should have been doing. I should have been making Unicom announcements to let everyone else around me know what I was doing. So shame on me for that. Providence traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor is now clear of our runways at Providence. Alright, so Mike up to the end to Alpha, and then we'll be on the transient GA parking. We'll get ready for this. So that's Wings IFR number 2, guys. And again, it's a shame we didn't do it on the night that Boston Virtual ARTCC was on to give us air traffic control guidance, but that's essentially what it is. It's that Logan 2 departure, radar vectors, Providence. So you don't turn toward to go direct Providence until you're told to, but then when you go direct Providence, you just line up the VOR radio and track that radio in, whatever radio you happen to have ended up on by that point, and then you just follow their instructions for your approach intercept. Again, the vector that you get to intercept that localizer would have been a little bit better than the one we kind of gassed and fudged. A couple things we didn't do off the runway, by the way. Anti-collision lights off, landing lights off, taxi light on, heat to heat off, anti-icing off, and fuel pumps off. Cowls can go open. I was pretending I had a pretend controller. Exactly, Papa Charlie. You're down with the inception. Obviously, we're at the cargo ramp here. It's like northeast GA transient parking is up ahead on our right here by this by this hangar coming up. Quarter after 10. Let's do at least one more. I had hoped if we were using a sim that worked the first time out, we would be finishing up our second one and we would be starting our third one. But given the state of things, I guess we're just going to get 2 of these done tonight. All right, parking brake on, taxi light off. Vertical Sim has a nice rendition of this one. Yeah, I think this might even just be default. I don't even know if I installed a freeware one from Providence. All right, flaps were stowed, lights were done, put pitot and anti-icing. Fuel pumps were turned off, and cowls were opened. Okay. Good. So now that we're parked, we'll go ahead and lock that taxi wheel again. Get the transponder to 1200 and shut that off for now. We're going to get ready to do a second flight here in just a moment. We'll shut off just the number 1 engine while y'all run into the terminal and use the little passenger's room. So that's mix and magnetos and generator. We're actually going to run the left engine on the right main and the right engine on the left main. That'll help us balance out, since we were sitting on the ramp with just the right engine running before off the right main. And now we're going to sit on the ramp and run it just off of the left main. And so after we sit on the ramp for a few minutes, as we get ready for our second flight, those should be balanced out. We'll see how that goes. We can get the doors opened. You guys can start piling out, run into the terminal building, and then run back into the plane. And then we will check our trim. Yeah, trim was neutralized. Whoops, didn't mean to move that. Still didn't mean to move that. Alright guys, so our revised ETA here was 10:08 and then 10:13 on the block, so we were a little bit later than that, probably because of that slightly long intercept. Yeah, we started down a little bit late and then we turned a little bit too wide to get onto that. Yeah, we didn't too bad. If we had stuck with it, we probably would have been good. But anyway, not too bad. Just can see that over here. Alright, and remaining fuel at this point should be 315 gallons, so it should be about 75 per tank if it was evenly balanced, but let's just add it up. See what we got. 70, 70 and 70, so that's 140, and then 75 and 75, so that's 150, and that's 290. So we're about 25 gallons short than we expected to be, but we should have plenty for the second leg, and we'll maybe add a little bit if we end up doing the third leg. All right, let's take a look at. C. George says, on the next one, could you give a little tutorial on how to follow the localizer and glide slope in the DC-3? So yeah, we did follow the localizer and glide slope, C. George, but we were flying it by hand. So what you're asking for, I think, is how to have the autopilot follow the localizer and glide slope. In this particular DC-3, it's just you would be in nav mode to grab the localizer, and then approach mode to grab the glide slope. And that's pretty consistent with how a basic GA autopilot works in most airplanes. But we can try to demonstrate that. I believe this next flight's going to have another ILS approach, so we can do that. We can let auto have a little bit more fun in this next flight. Let's look at it and see what we're going to be up against here. Back to flights, and we're going to be on IFR number 3. This one's focusing on airways, it says. It's going to be Providence to Martha's Vineyard on the published tech route, which includes the Victor 167. Okay, we're going to be on the en route L33, or we use the world low actually. We are going to look the route up in the preferred route database, although it's telling us here what we're going to get. It's describing how to navigate along an airway with a minimum en route altitude, which we'll have to check and make sure that we file an altitude that's appropriate. Minimum en route for Victor 167 is 2,500. We're going to probably file 6,000 again. It's talking about the distances marked for each leg on the chart, which we'll talk about in more detail once we are flying along the route looking at it. Tutor can be defined at 22 DME, or it can be defined by the intersection of Martha's Vineyard VOR, so we'll show you that when we get up there as well. And near Tutor, air traffic control will give you the approach to expect at Martha's Vineyard. So let's start by looking at the New York PRD, Preferred Route Database. Again, this is the same thing as the Tech Route Database that they're referring to, just a little bit of an easier website to get to it. KPVD to KMVY. And again, it is telling us exactly what it told us. Providence, Victor 167 Tutor. Altitude 10,000. I believe that should be interpreted as a maximum. I think that a more appropriate altitude for this aircraft type and for the length of this flight is 6,000. So we're going to file 6,000. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and plot that in SkyVector since we're here. Let's go KPVD, MVY, Martha's Vineyard, and it's PVD Victor 167 Tutor, and so we can see, and we're going to go to the world low. So we'll see that once we depart from Providence, we'll be vectored to join Victor 167. So we will tune 115.6 outbound, and the way we're going to do that, we're going to tune 115.6 on the nav 1, and this is the radial that we're going to fly, 115 in that direction. Okay, when you're flying outbound from a VOR, you're just going to fly the radial that's on the chart. That's nice and easy. You don't have to add or subtract 180. We got Pierre Poutine is with the follow. Thank you so much for that, Pierre. Appreciate you joining us on the flight tonight. But these markings tell you what radial coming outbound from that VOR define that airway. Each VOR has 360 radials coming out from it. Matter of fact, they have an infinite number because real-world OBS tuners don't click to one whole degree like they do in the sim. In the sim, though, we can count on 360 radials coming out from each VOR. Not all of them are defined as airways. Only these ones here that are marked are defined as airways. Your knob doesn't know which ones are airways and which ones aren't. Your knob is just going to make that needle show you course deviation for whatever you set it to, whether it's one of these that's on the chart or not. So that's why you got to make sure you're accurately tuning that outbound radial to 115. If this is the airway you're intending to follow, Victor 167, you got to make sure that outbound radial is set to 115. It's a little hard to see with the line there, but there it is. Oops. Now, so when we get to that stage where we're flying that approach, that is what we will need to do. All right. The Red stopped in, said, I saw a DC-3 and was attracted like a moth to the flame. Yeah, we didn't start in the DC-3 tonight, but that's where we wound up because Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 is doing Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 things. Yeah, the weather tonight worked out almost pretty perfectly for what we wanted to do. I would have actually liked the minimums to be a little bit, the cloud decks to be a little bit lower. On Wednesday the 21st, by the way, we're going to do some IFR instrument approach challenges. We got a little game going on with a giveaway night on Wednesday the 21st. So if you have any instrument approaches in the Washington ARTCC airspace you'd like to see me do, go ahead and suggest them over in our Discord. And we got a cool game set up for that instrument challenge night. We're going to manually set the weather to just above minimums for all those approaches, and I'm going to hand fly them. So we'll see how well that goes. And that hopefully will be in that Mooney Ovation for Flight Sim 2020. We did get a series of predictions: 98, 87, 75, 111, 67, 68, 128, 210. If we were doing a giveaway, we would put those up on a score sheet and see who was closest and award 500 points minus the difference. Just eyeballing, I think it's Melvin Leroy. I think that the correct one, the actual was like 83, I think, 83, 86, somewhere in there. Melvin Leroy would have had a nice 490 something point guess on that one. There you go, Melvin Leroy celebrating. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every now and then, says Melvin Leroy. All right, I think we're caught up with the hellos. Oh, we got a follow from Pista11 earlier. I missed that. I'm sorry. I do hope that you're enjoying the show. Thank you for stopping in. Not JK was spamming us with some Slant Alpha emotes there with his subscription message, and I think we did say hello to everybody else that stopped in. If I missed somebody, I do apologize. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the top of the checklist and get this IFR, Wings IFR number 3 underway. Back up to the top here. Let's get our flight plan sent. Let's open up XPilot. Let's get this sucker over here. Flight plan again, we're going to put in the exact same information that I was just showing you in SkyVector. PVD to MVY. Probably, we're going to leave the alternate blank. There's some real world rules about when you need to file an alternate. We might actually qualify for it tonight. But on VATSIM, they do not enforce that. It's the the 123 rule. Within 1 hour of arrival, if you've got clouds less than, ceiling less than 2,000 or visibility less than 3, you must file an alternate with your IFR flight plan. But we don't enforce that on VATSIM. So departure time, we're going to call it, what is it now? 2:30. We're going to call it 02:45 Zulu. Time en route for this one's going to be another 23-minute flight. Fuel available at this point is 309. 186,000, still going to be good. We're still Alpha, and we've said it's PVD Victor 167 Tudor. And file it. Oh, sorry. Wings IFR 3. So if we do happen to get a Boston controller, right now we do not. We got Cleveland Center, and we got something up in Canada. But if we had a Boston controller, we would want to let them know that we're doing the Wings 3 again. To get credit for these, you have to do them with air traffic control on. I, however, happen to have been through this program before, so I already have had credit for Wings IFR number 3. So we're good there. All right, let us see what is next. The rest of this stuff, we can update that progress bar so you guys can see how we're doing as far as making our way downtown. APBD to KMVY. Let's get an updated METAR here at PVD, KPVD. Guess it helps if I type the whole word K METAR. 050 at 6. So the wind's died down just a little bit, 299.5. So the altimeter's increased a little bit, wind has decreased a little bit, but we're still taking off to the north and east, that's for sure. 299.5. Origin elevation here at Providence is what? Is 54 feet, and that is indeed consistent with what's on the altimeter, so we're good there. Transponder, again, if you don't have air traffic control, but you're flying IFR in the US, 2200, that is a made-up VATSIM rule, and it's not even really that strictly enforced. But there you go. Radio altimeter can be set back to 1x so that we'll know when we're at 400 and we can pull flaps in and change from takeoff to climb power. And the fuel quantity, again, at this point should be 315 gallons. We already went through and checked all that. All right, guys, I think it's time to get these doors closed and get everybody back into the plane. We'll skip all the passenger announcements and stuff. We're not really doing passenger carrying service tonight. Oh, the fasten seatbelt lights I never got off when I shut the engine down. That's okay. Those fasten seatbelt lights are now back on anyway. We will get the number 1 fired back up, so that's mix. magnetos, fuel pump, prime it, clear it, and start it. Not exactly 100% faithful to the DC-3 engine start procedure, but it's close enough for a freeware product anyway. Oil pressure did come right back up as it should have. Fuel pressure still artificially elevated because of the electric pump, but we'll go ahead and swap those out, and we see the fuel pressure come down consistent with its sister over on the number 2 side, and so we're good to go. Temps and pressures all looking good, and everything going back into their normal ranges. Okay, so we'll resync the headings. We're facing a 1.9 or 5 almost there on the nose. And that's got a few degrees off by now. That's gotten a few degrees off by now. We'll set the target heading here to 0 for now. Trim was neutralized at the end of the last flight. Just double check that it still is, and we'll go ahead and set flaps 1. And tail wheel can come off. Tail wheel lock can come off, rather. We'll leave the tail wheel where it is, but we'll unlock it at least. And taxi lights can come on, and so we would taxi back to... Yeah, we're going basically... We could take maybe an intersection departure. We don't have to go all the way down to the end, but why not? We'll taxi back the way we came. East on Alpha, Mike down to the end, and then out. Yeah. Another unexpected error is that the pilot asked for the tail wheel to be removed. Alright guys, and did we get, I don't know if we got the nav and ADF tuners all set the way we needed them. We did say that we are going to be 115.6, 115.6 and a radial of 115, and I don't think we set that. So I skipped a step there somewhere, 115.6 and the 115 radial. So that's definitely something you want your navigation plan set and ready to go before you roll. So there's 110, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clicks, puts it at a 115. Alright. Let me just run through my checklist real quick and see if there's anything else I accidentally skipped. We set the transponder back to, we did set the transponder back to 2200 and mode C on. So I did the step before it, and I did the step after it, which was the radio altimeter. So, good. Hopefully that's the only step I skipped then. Our Providence traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor is taxiing out to runway 5, Providence. So, east on Alpha. And then southbound on Mike all the way down. Again, flaps 1 is typically used in Douglas when you're taking off short field. So normally you would do flap 0 for a runway of this length in the Douglas DC-3. You'd do flap 0. I have just always preferred the way the plane handles in that flaps 1 configuration for takeoff. So it's not the standard way you do a Douglas DC-3, but I just love the fact that with that flaps 1, the tail wheel comes up more or less right away once you get the speed under it, and then if you just hold that level attitude, the plane just lifts off right on its own again. It's not textbook, but makes for a nice, easy departure. And then you get to that 400 feet, make sure you got adequate climb speed going, and pull the flaps in. I just like it. It's a comfortable takeoff procedure for me. Presumably, the real-world reason that you wouldn't use flaps if you had this much runway is that the flaps do add a significant amount of drag, and if you lost lost an engine during that takeoff, you would want to be in the lowest drag configuration you could be. I should have announced on Unicom that I was crossing that runway, but too late now. As our taxi out continues, we'll check and we'll make sure that the hydro pressure is still normal. It is. We'll get the cowls into trail mode there. We would ring the cabin, let the flight attendants know we were getting ready to take off if we were doing a passenger flight today, which we're not. You know what I didn't do the first time around that I just completely forgot? I didn't do a run-up, do a magneto check. We'll do that this time around. Typically you don't do it if the engines are warm and you've been running them. But didn't do it the first time around, so we'll do a full run-up, make sure all the magnetos are functioning properly. Normally each engine's operating on 2 sets of magnetos. And what you do during a run-up is you set the engine to work off just the left set and then just the right set and make sure that they are all functioning properly before you switch it back into the redundant set which you use for the flight. Again, we have kind of this discrepancy here. The ortho scenery, look, the ortho taxiway and the ortho runway continue far beyond here. So at some point the runway was either lengthened or shortened, but the airport scenery does not match what the photographic ground scenery here shows. So that might be explained why we found ourselves all the way up on taxiway Charlie much sooner than we expected. Maybe we should have had that additional runway length and didn't. So here's our run-up. Set 30 on the manifold pressure. We'll do a couple of things. We'll do that mag check we described. The other thing that we do is we flex the prop lever down and up 3 times. Number 1, to make sure that the prop lever does in fact control the prop RPMs. But secondly, to get that oil flowing back and forth in that prop governor, make sure that it's ready to go. Now we'll do that mag check. On the left side, we'll kick the magnetos down 1 notch. You hear that the left engine goes slightly out of sync. You can hear the pitch wobble there as the engines are not quite operating at the same RPM there. Okay, we'll go down to the second set. As long as it doesn't lose any more than 100, 150 RPMs, then you're fine. Back into the redundant set, you hear the engine sounds even out again. The same thing on the right, down to 1 set. Down to the other set, you can hear that dissonance. Guys that are musicians, you can hear that musical dissonance between the 2 engines. And then put it back to both sets and you hear they even back out. Alright, we're ready. Providence traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor departing runway 5 at Providence. We're going to be IFR eastbound. Alright, as we take the runway, we'll go anti-collision on, landing light on, taxi light off, pitot heat on, fuel pumps on. We get lined up runway 5. Tail wheel lock. We'll check the engines indicators. All looking normal. Alright, takeoff power coming at you. 45 set. Let's see if we can keep the center line here. Once that tail comes up, you stop steering with brakes, you start steering with rudder. There we are. Keep the plane in its nice level attitude. And away we go. Gear comes up right away as soon as we got positive climb. Tower hands you to departure, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, contact. You know, it would be Providence departure or Boston departure, what the call sign would be. Contact departure on 12300, whatever it is. Okay. On to Providence departure, 514 Delta Victor. Departure Douglas 5, 14 Delta Victor's passing through 600, going to whatever our initial climb was. Don't even know. Climb maintain 6,000, turn right heading 090. Alright, right 0s and a 90, 5, 14 Delta Victor. Through 400, flaps will come up. Power down to 25 and 40. Whoops. So flaps come up. You want to make sure you counteract that loss of lift. Just a touch of up elevator. There we go. 25 and 40. Whoops, I overshot. It said 090, didn't we? 090 and 6,000 is what's assigned. Alright, and we can get the fuel pumps off and get cows into cows are already in the trail, so we're good there. Alright, Douglas 5, 14 Delta Victor, turn right heading 130, join Victor 167. Alright, right to 130, join Victor 167, Douglas 5, 14 Delta Victor. So this is where we will maintain a heading of 130, but now we've got that radial tuned in. If I remember correctly, it's 115 radial off of the Providence VOR. So we're just going to stay on this 130 heading, and we're going to wait for that needle. I'll show you. Hold on one second. That needle to start moving towards the center. Let's just correct the heading just a little bit here. 130. There we are. So when they say join Victor 167. They probably would say join Victor 167 and resume on navigation, but pretty much if they say join Victor 167, they want you to intercept that radial and follow the rest of your planned route. Now, we're going to the waypoint Tudor. So how far out? We're 22 miles. Alright, the total length of the Victor 167 to the next VOR is 78 miles. But the length to this point Tudor is 22 miles. So we're on heading 130. Gonna adjust again. The throttle, the manifold pressure tends to slip, so you kind of have to keep bumping it forward to keep it on 40 as you climb. Just hand steering that 130 heading. Got the subscription renewal from Verities.
One ATC mom ride one hearts.
Got the ATC mom love. How are you, Mama? Good to see you here. To the muck here, we gotta watch my artificial horizon carefully. Make sure that I keep the wings just above, keep a couple degrees of up pitch there. Keep the wings nice and level. Stay on that 130. Okay, the radial is starting to come in. If you look at the VOR gauge on the upper left, you can see that the needle is starting to slowly but surely move towards the center there. So we got to be ready to make a left turn. We know that's a 115 radial, so the course that we follow is going to be a 115. The heading that we fly is going to be a 115 plus or minus whatever the wind correction is. Probably could have. Off to bed, but I wanted to say hi. Meredith, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I love
Sleep.
to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. I love to sing about a sky of blue or a keyboard to anything.
Sorry, guys. I always get carried away when that song comes on. Fried Gaming is with us as well. Yeah, I hope that I didn't get y'all too airsick with the dance there. Have a good one, Meredith. Thank you so much. Oh, Meredith's putting in for a raffle ticket, too. We got to take care of that. Jay Smitty's with us. Climbing through 5. Okay, so now we can see that radial's almost in. I'm going to start a really, really gentle left turn now. Again, we know that it's a 115 radial. Whether it's a 115 heading to track it depends on the wind. Yep. Yep, Tashi, we're in that Douglas DC-3. It's the Aeroworx Douglas DC-3 for XP11. We tried starting this stream in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, but it wasn't cooperating with us. It seems to get really stuttery around the Boston area for reasons unknown. So we're back into the Douglas DC-3 for XP11, and we're doing the Wings over New England training flights presented by the Boston ARTCC, Boston Virtual ARTCC, bvartcc.com, and we're on Wings IFR number 3. Okay, we don't have actual ATC on the VATSIM network tonight, so we're kind of just talking through what we would receiving you 5x5 if that's what you're asking.
Roger, radio check, 5x5, America 547.
Yeah, Tashi says 2020 gave him fits too. Currently streaming again. Indianapolis down to Orlando. Alright, so there we are. We're leveled off at our 6,000. We're pretty much joined on that 115 outbound radial. Let's get the plane leveled off. As it comes up to cruise speed, we're going to have to keep adding down trim because the faster you go, the more lift it creates, the more it wants to float upwards. So we'll just gently keep trimming it down. As that speed comes up, keep it right on that 6,000 feet. We need to turn left a little bit just to maintain that 115 heading. And again, we're 14 miles out. We're only going 22 miles out on this airway before we presume we would start to get vectored in by our controller to Martha's Vineyard. All right, so let's get auto the controls. Autopilot on, level, and nav mode. Let's power down to our cruise of 23 and 34. Yeah, Mark says, what's for dinner? Yeah, we're not really doing these with the full announcements and passenger carrying flights, but we're passing over an airport right here. What airport would that be, guys? I'm real quick going to have to, that's probably New Bedford. If we were to go to VFR chart, yep, that does indeed look like that's what we're overflying there, New Bedford. But yeah, we got to real quick start briefing our arrival into Martha's Vineyard. These are real short training flights, so not doing the whole announcement stuff. Let's get a METAR observation at MVY. Ooh! A few clouds at 1800. 11 gusting to 18 knots on 040. So what does that mean for us for runway choice? Here's our airport diagram. Runway 6, I think that's probably where we're going to end up on, runway 6. Do we have a We got a VOR runway 6. So again, I think we're going to pretend as though we are getting vectored onto this VOR approach. So once we get past this point Tudor, so they'll say depart Tudor, flying, heading, we'll just say 160. Not really sure. Depart Tudor, flying, heading 160. Alright, and Tudor is 22 miles out, so we're going 1 more mile. Let's set our heading bug to 060 and get ready to pop it over into heading mode. And we would say, we have the weather at Martha's Vineyard requesting VOR runway 6 approach. Okay, expect vectors for the VOR runway 6. Okay, there we go. Pop it into heading mode, make the turn. Uh-oh, wait a minute. No. Not 060, my bad. 160. What was I saying? 160 was what I meant there, guys. Sorry about that. Alright, well, since we're flying vectors, we can now start briefing and tuning the arrival. It's 114 and 5 and 050. So 114 and 5. And we see we're 20 miles out from that. That's good. 114.5 and 050. So we'll get that set up here. We can see that the controller has vectored us kind of straight to the VOR. So at some point we can expect probably a right turn to get down onto that south of that field so we can get onto the arrival course. So we'll check that out here in just a moment. Alright, 114.5050. What's the missed approach procedure? Missed approach 500, then right turn 2500 back to MVY on a 180. Okay, so we're going to intercept this 180 outbound from MVY. So that means for the missed approach, we're actually going to tune the same frequency that we have for the primary approach. But we're going to set that to a 180 outbound, and hopefully we won't need to fly that, like I said. But with low cloud cover and winds, who knows, guys. Minimums for the VOR approach is a straight in the runway 6 is 440, so we'll just call it 500 for round figures. It's 382 feet above the ground level there. Alright, so Douglas 514 Delta Victor turn right heading 190 vectors for the approach. Okay, 190. Douglas 514 Delta Victor. Douglas 514 Delta Victor, descend and maintain 2000. Okay, so here we go, down to 2000. And again, we never really even got our cruise checklist done, so fasten seatbelt lights are already on. Alright, so we'll start a gentle descent to 2000 here. Alright, and then if we land runway 6, right-hand turnoff. So all of the parking over here is right-hand turnoff from runway 6. So we'll see how we do. We know that the wind is, what do we say the wind was? 040, so it's going to be a slight right to left, gusting 11 to 18. So let's go through that checklist again, make sure we didn't miss anything. Frequency and the course for the primary approach. We get the frequency and course for the missed approach. We got the minimums discussed. We're going to go 500. Winds are discussed. The ceiling we said I think was 1900. Yeah, 1800. So we expect to be below. We're going to be our intercept altitude is going to be above the clouds, but we should be coming in below the clouds on final approach. And turn off is a right turn off, and if we do go missed, it's a right turn and 2500. Okay, looks like we're pretty well out of sync here. That's probably why we're having some trouble intercepting that. Alright, let's do a real quick check of our fuel status. Yeah, let's go into the right aux and the left aux. Cows are in trail already, okay. Go ahead and get the fuel pumps on. Radio altimeter to 10x. Mix to auto rich. Yeah, we never got it leaned. So we are set. We should be intercepting 2,000 feet by 6.5 miles out. So I think we're going to be okay here. Alright, I'm going to start hand flying this, guys. Heaven help us. So we got 1,000 feet to go. And into the soup we go. Wings level. We're at about a 195. Okay. So at this point, probably would give us a turn to intercept. So that final approach course is a 050, so we'll probably get like a 070 to intercept. Then we'll maintain 070 and 2000 until established. Clear for the VOR, runway 6 approach, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. And we're going to start increasing the prop pitch. Start slowing the plane down. Get ready to level it off at 2,000 feet. It still says we're 090 away from that. I probably didn't. Yeah, let's say we didn't quite get that 050 heading. Let's stay on that 120 heading. Yeah, even a 130 probably. Whoops, below 2,000. Let's get back up to our assigned altitude of 2,000. Spinning the props a little faster, but not really adding too much power. Just need to get about 100 feet back here. So there we are, 2,000 feet. Again, the vectoring is a little bit off because I'm kind of guessing a little bit as to where we're at. But eventually we'll be given a turn to about a 070 to intercept that final approach course. Yeah, in the meantime we can stay at about 120 knots. We don't really need to be deploying flaps just yet, until we get that intercept. So, see, George, you had asked for me to show the automation on how to fly an ILS. We're not flying an ILS approach. Sorry about that. If we end up doing the third flight, we'll show you. If we end up doing a third flight with an ILS approach, we'll show you. I could control the weather. Yeah, but we'll do the third flight tonight, I believe, is up to Albany. So we should have an ILS at Albany regardless. They've got ILS at most of their major runways up there have ILS approaches, so we should be able to do that. Now, I don't know how much longer you're sticking around with us tonight. That's going to be a little bit of a longer flight. But you can watch it back later on and or catch it on YouTube later in the week. So now we'll get turn left heading 070, join the, clear for the, maintain 070 2000 till established on final approach course, clear for the VOR runway 6 approach. So there we go. Now we'll pull a little bit of a power and throw the first notch of flaps in. Yeah, so the vector that I gave us, we even overshot just a little bit. So we're going to come back to about a 040 and fly it back onto the radial. Inside of 6.5, which we are now, inside of 6.5, we can go down to 820 feet. Down to 100 knots, and since we are descending on the final approach course now, we'll go ahead and get the gear down. Second notch of flaps in. Alright, so I will show you as quickly as I can. So again, with a VOR approach, you don't have any indication of your vertical descent other than the distance. So at 6.5, we're at 2,000. At 3, we're at 820. And then at 1.7, we're at minimums, which we said was 500. Get our handoff over to Tower, Martha's Vineyard Tower, Douglas 5 on 4 Delta Victors. DME 4.6 on the VOR runway 6 approach. Douglas 5 on 4 Delta Victor, runway 6 clear to land. Wind blah 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 at blah blah blah. Alright, so at 3 DME we can be at 820, so we've got another 400 feet to lose. And we're well right of our course. Not completely convinced which piece of, oh, is that our runway right there? Yeah, there we are, okay. Predictions in. Below 90 knots, we'll go flaps 3. No bot command necessary for the predictions, just a positive or negative number. Below 80 knots, we'll go flaps 4. Aim for 75 down final, 70 over the numbers. Martha's Vineyard traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's 3 mile final, runway 6, Martha's Vineyard. Gears down to green, flaps 4 is set and checked, and landing clearance received. And again, right hand turn off if we do make it down. Right turn to 2500 if we end up going missed. So there's about 75. Feeling good about the vertical profile. Feeling good about the center line. Feeling good about speed. Everything's going right, so this is probably going to be a horrendous landing. That's how it works for me. They always say that your best landings are generally follow your best approaches. That does not seem to work out on this channel. Well, a little bit of a bounce. Call it the butter bounce. Got a little bit of a butter bounce there, guys, but I'm still fairly pleased with it. Martha's Vineyard traffic, Dallas 5-4, Victor, turning off onto the crossing runway 33 and then to the ramp. Martha's Vineyard. And we'll lock us off. Alright. Martha's Vineyard, Douglas 514 Delta Vic, clear of all runways, Martha's Vineyard. Anti-collision, landing lights off, taxi light on, pitot heat off, fuel pumps off. .44 was the actual, guys. I was surprised by that. I think many of you were as well, based on the range you were guessing in. We got guesses of 95, 117, 103, 99, and 125. So who was the lowest on that? Who was the lowest guess? Unexpected error with the unexpected win. There we go. Let's get the plane turned. We get the doors facing the terminal. We'll go with that for now. Parking brake on, taxi light off. And Sam Moore is checking in, saying hi. Sam Moore, how are you? Let's get the plane shut down, and on the ramp here, you guys can run into the little passengers room. We'll get set up for our third and final flight of the evening. Transponder can go back to 1200 and off. Tail wheel can go back into the locked position. Get the number one side shut down. Mix, magnetos, and generator. Now we'll get the fasten seatbelt lights off, which is what I forgot last time. And we'll get the doors opened for you. Parked as pretty as can be on the ramp. Baggage tram is a little bit annoyed about our choice of parking location, but there we go. Scientist is off. Unexpected error says winner, overcooked tray table chicken dinner. That was quite a maneuver with that baggage tram there. Smitty says, got a VATSIM question. On the flight plan, it asks for cruise speed. It's is it supposed to be indicated or true? And it is true airspeed. How are you supposed to calculate that? Yeah, Melvin Leroy says, I just estimate indicated airspeed plus wind at cruise. Well, remember, though, that true airspeed, how to say this, indicated airspeed drops by 2% for every 1,000 feet you go up. So if you're at 20,000 feet, your indicated airspeed is 40% lower than your true. So you can reverse engineer the true airspeed from the indicated based on that, and then add the wind correction. But Smitty, a lot of planes, publish cruising speeds in terms of true airspeed. Of course, if you're in an airliner, you've got GPS. You kind of know what your true airspeed is because it's the ground speed minus whatever the wind correction is. But the other thing, Smitty, is that VATSIM controllers don't really look at that too much. So don't stress if you don't get it dead on. But yeah, you should be able to get a reasonable estimate of your true airspeed by knowing what your indicated airspeed is at cruise, reversing out that factor of 2% per 1,000 feet, and then adding in the wind correction. Well, of course, the true airspeed, I'm sorry, I misspoke. True airspeed would be regardless of the wind correction. So your true airspeed would be 450. If the headwind's 50, then you're going to be doing 400 over the ground. All right, guys, let's do the third and final flight. Let's finish up the shutdown here. Do want to check the fuel and ETA. We do need to check the trim. We might need that fuel truck that just passed through our tail. Yeah, so we'll neutralize the trim, and then the ETA for the second was 8 minutes after 11 Eastern Time on the ground, and then 13 minutes after 11 on the blocks, and we didn't do too bad with that. Kind of almost nailed that. Plan ending gallons 261. Let's see. I think we're going to be a little bit short on that. Let's see what we've got versus 261 as our intended. So 40, 45, so that's 85, and then just about 65 apiece there. So 85, 65, and 65. So 65 and 65 is 130, and then 85 is 230, 210, 215, and we're supposed to have 261. Okay, so we're really, really short here. Looks like, and it's because we're flying much lower. We're flying 3,000, 6,000. But let's go ahead and fill it back up to 261 gallons. So it'll be 1,565 pounds. So we'll go ahead and order fuel to get us back up to our planned fuel weight at this stage of the flight. So yeah, we're about 250 pounds short. 1,565 is what I calculated we would have. So there we are, we're done. Apply the changes. Let's make sure we're in a symmetrical right main and left main, and then let's check and see. So again, if we should have 261 at this point, yeah, then we got 65 times 4. So that's better. Tell them that Melvin said you could fly as fast as you wanted, Smitty. There you go. Yeah, but no, a reasonable estimate, Smitty, is going to be close enough, and VATSIM controllers don't typically look at what you filed as your true airspeed anyway. Let's take a look at the, I'll tell you what, let's take a quick break out of the cockpit, and I'll get you a nice view of Martha's Vineyard. Anybody else that's going to be coming in, probably coming in from that direction. So we get you a nice view of Martha's Vineyard Airport and a little bit of music to listen to while I take a quick break out of the little pilot's room, and then we'll get set up for our third and final flight of the Boston Virtual ARTCC's Wings Over New England training flights for tonight. We did IFR 2 and 3. We'll set up for IFR number 4 coming up here in just a few. Sit tight, guys. All right, back with you. So Melvin says I just put in 280 for everything once upon a time. So like a 737, or kind of a standard Boeing jet airliner is probably in the 450 to 480 range. Citations probably in the 380 range. Don't really know about like your King Airs. I don't fly turboprops much. In the DC-3 and like twin pistons, I probably put 180 to 190, and then in a Skyhawk probably 100 to 110, somewhere in that range. But yeah, your standard jet airline, if you're doing Mach 0.76, Mach 0.78, Mach 0.8, you're probably in the 480, 490 range. We need a slant alpha King Air. I'm not really interested in flying turboprops. There will be a quiz later, says Melvin Leroy. Yeah, it'll be on your flight plan. Before we get on to IFR Wings number 4, Wings IFR number 4. 290 for the Phenom. Yeah, that's really low. I mean, you got to figure, like, if you're covering, DC to Florida in about 2 hours, well, what's the mileage there? That's about 1,000 miles. And you're covering it in a little more than 2 hours, then you got to be hitting 460, 470, 480, somewhere like that. So, anyway, a couple of housekeeping announcements on the stream before we move on to Wings IFR number 3. We do have a few raffle ticket redemptions that we were requested. RHT341 put in for one. Let's go ahead and get that taken care of. And then Meredith gets one as well. Yeah. So guys, we do a monthly raffle on this channel where you redeem those Twitch channel points, those alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. For 1,000 at a time, you get 1 entry into the monthly raffle. For 5,000 at a time, you get 6 entries into that raffle. And at the stream closest to the end of the month, we go ahead and pull one of those out. You get your choice of any of the prizes in the Slant Alpha prize vaults. And that is the black t-shirts with the Slant Alpha logo. There's the white trucker cap, the mouse pad, coffee mug. And we also have, if you don't want any of my merchandise, which is fine, you will not hurt my feelings by opting for the $25 Amazon card or the $25 X-Plane Org Store gift card. So those are all what you can win if you are the winner in our big monthly raffle. Again, Twitch channel points down at the bottom get you into that. Second reminder is if you would like to purchase any Slant Alpha merchandise, we've got our Redbubble store set up now. Over my right shoulder are the white t-shirt and the white with black trim t-shirt with the Slant Alpha logo. Oh, pardon me. Sorry about that, guys. At the very top, you can see not only the classic mug, but the tall mug, the tapered mug, is also available, and then the Slant Alpha tote bag over there. Slant Alpha tote bag would be an ideal purchase for you if you are planning to come, wait for it, to Flight Sim Expo. Flight Sim Expo has officially been rescheduled. If you hadn't heard already, we are setting it in for September 24th through 26th. It is still going to be held at that same Town and Country Resort, San Diego, California, and I am still planning on attending in person. I am still counting down the hours, although the hours are slightly greater than they were before. Now 3,921 hours until Flight Sim Expo. That is until I leave the house to go catch my plane on Thursday morning, so you've really probably add 30 to that for the actual event to start. But yeah, I am still planning on heading out to San Diego, California for the Flight Sim Expo event, September 24th through 26th. Now, put on again by our friends at the Boston Virtual ARTCC. And it is the Boston Virtual ARTCC who hosts these Wings Over New England training flights. Again, 6 VFR flights and 24 IFR flights. Not really training in the terms of training you how to fly, but training you at least in how to read charts and follow procedures and do that sort of thing. We have completed in previous streams VFR flights 1 through 6 and IFR 1. Tonight we've done IFR number 2 and number 3, and we're about to embark upon IFR flight number 4. And again, not only do they each build concepts on the previous flights, but they also are contiguous. They offer continuity in their location. So if IFR 3 ends at Martha's Vineyard, IFR 4 starts from Martha's Vineyard. So you can do them in sequence like that. This one again builds on the concepts that they've already taught, and I don't think they really add too much new. It's a kind of a review of VOR navigation, tech routes, and IFR navigation. So we're going to go the appropriate tech route from Martha's Vineyard to Albany. Several waypoints and airways are encountered along the way, and lots of opportunity to navigate by VOR, which of course we do a lot of on this channel. Very little new material, as I just said. We will find the tech route on the preferred route database. They offer the link to the FAA's official one, but I think the New York ARTCC on VATSIM has a little easier to manage page. This is the one new thing that you may encounter, depending on the route that you end up on, is that little changeover indicator that says instead of changing over halfway along that VOR. So here's what you, well, I'll tell you what. We'll explain that one in a moment. But yeah, so we're going to file the appropriate tech route, file an appropriate altitude, and then navigate the route successfully. That is our plan. We are going KMVY to KALB. Let's take a look at the PRD. Let's see what route it has us on. PRD. Duh. PRD on the brain. Providence Victor 146. Easy enough. Let's go back to Sky Vector. Oh, and what was the altitude? 10,000. Okay, good. Back to Sky Vector. Basically, just if you go Victor 146. Yeah, so actually it's going to be radar vectors direct Providence, then Victor 146, and then Albany. So there we go. And 10,000. Let's go to the world low so we can see these airways here. So we're not really following that 313 radial. We're not following Victor 146 until after we get to Providence. So it'll be wherever we end up once we leave Martha's Vineyard. Say we fly, 5 miles straight out or whatever, and then get vectored in. It might look something like that. So it's not necessarily going to be on Victor 146 until after we get to Providence. But then 321 radial outbound from Providence there to Putnam, and then north and west to what's this one here called? Is that Westover? No. Barnes. Okay, there it is. 113.0 Barnes. And then north and west to Chester. And then north and west along from Chester to Albany. Now, in this case here, normally on a leg like this, marked between Albany and Chester, you get this white box that tells you how many miles it is, 47 miles, and you would switch over at exactly the halfway point, so 23.5 from there, and 23.5 from there. And what do I mean by switch over? Basically, I mean you switch from navigating outbound on the 319 radial from the Chester VOR to navigating inbound on the 139 radial toward Albany. You would switch at the halfway point. Normally, because slant alpha navigation is inherently slightly inaccurate, there might be as much, of a deviation. The further out you go, the wider that deviation path goes as far as like how accurate you're tracking that course. And the same thing coming into Albany. So normally they want you to switch at the halfway point because they figure that's when your error, your possible lateral error is going to be at its greatest. And the farther away you get from one, the further off course you could possibly be. In this case, however, they want you to keep navigating outbound from Chester until you get to that 39-mile mark and then switch inbound. There are a couple of reasons this could be. Number one is these lines are not really straight. Okay, you notice that's a 139, so that would be 139 in that direction. What is that, a 319 in that direction? You add 180. So you're on the 319 radial into Albany. What are we on out here? Well, it's the 319. In this case, it's exactly the same number. That's deceiving, though, because it's not always the case. I'm not trying to read that notice. Let's look at another example. Let's see. This will be a good one. Okay, so let's look at another example. Here's the Chester VOR westbound on the 279. So as you come into the radial, so you're following this westbound at a 279, you would think that you would be joining the 099 on the other side, right? But you'll notice over here, it's the 096. It's 3 degrees off. Okay, so these lines are slightly curved. These lines don't really go straight as you say they do, as it appears that they do on the chart. So there is a curvature to them because the Earth is curved, and it might just be that these radials match up okay at this point, where you switch over 8 miles out from Albany and 39 miles out from Chester. What is often the case, though, is that it's about radio reception. It's about the fact that for whatever reason, the Albany VOR's signal does not broadcast very well in that direction, so it's not reliably receivable at this point along the airway, tracking north and west. So that's why they have you continue to track out from Chester until you get to this point here. Whether that's a radio reception issue in this area or whether that is just a matter of the radials not lining up well until you get to that point, I don't know. But for multiple possible reasons, that's what they want you to do, is continue tracking Chester outbound until you're almost on top of Albany. And realistically, you probably wouldn't ever switch over to tracking inbound to Albany, because by that point you're probably going to be getting radar vectored into your approach. Notice also that the Albany VOR is not usable north and eastbound. So this has got to be some sort of radio interference that happens with this VOR, where this radio is not usable north and eastbound, and this radio is only usable south and eastbound for 8 miles. So that's my guess, considering we've got both of those markings there coming off the east side of the Albany VOR. So who knows? But for whatever reason, that's what they have you do. All right, so I think I've explained in as much detail as I can what we're about to do. I think we do still need to file this. Let's go ahead and get back up to the top of our checklist here. And the very first thing we need to do is get back over onto XPilot and send this third leg's flight plan. Leaving KMBY, we're going to be going to KPVD. We are departing at 03:45. Time en route for this one's going to be a little bit longer. 1:10, an hour 10 minutes, so not terribly long. 236 left in the tanks, cruise speed 180 and 10,000. The wings IFR 4. And again, we said it's the Providence VOR and Victor 146 to the Albany VOR. Pilot, still don't have any air traffic control in this area, so nobody that we can talk to, but we'll talk through the clearance call that we would make. And we do want to get an updated METAR observation here at Martha's Vineyard. Just make sure that we are indeed going to be taking off in that same 06 direction. 030 at 6, yeah, so we'll still take off north and eastbound, 299 now, so diminishing altimeter. Let's get back in the plane. Go ahead and set that 299 There's the altimeter, yeah, down there. 299 and the charted field elevation here, Martha's Vineyard, is 54. Is that right? No, I'm sorry, 67. Okay. Well, our altimeter's reading a little bit high then. That's okay. It might be a few feet higher on this side of the field, but within 75 feet, you're probably fine. Alright, so we set our altimeter, we verified field elevation. We would go ahead and make that call to Martha's Vineyard Tower or ground or whoever we're talking to. Douglas 514 Delta Victor. We got the weather, we got information, Echo or whatever it is. IFR to Providence. So they say clear to Albany. IFR to Albany. Clear to Albany. Radar vectors Providence. Victor 146, and then it's filed. Maintain 3,000, expect 10,000, 10 minutes after departure. I don't really know what the initial altitude they offer out of here. It might not be 3,000. But let's just say initial altitude 3,000, expect 10,000, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 133.0 and squawk 2200. We'll read all that back, okay. So we'll go ahead and get, again, 2200 is what you would squawk if you are IFR, but there's no air traffic control around. Not really super critical that you get that right, but it's just a code you can dial in. Altimeter, yeah, altitude mode set squawk. Okay, nav and ADF tuners is needed, so the first step outbound is going to be radar vectors to that Providence VOR. 115.6, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there it is. And then we'll be outbound on a 321. I'm not going to set the outbound course yet, 115.6, because we're going to navigate inbound to it from Martha's Vineyard, and we know that that's going to be approximately, we don't know exactly what it's going to be, but say about a 300. Again, this is just a theoretical outbound for however far we go at runway heading before we start getting vectors, so we don't know exactly what our bearing to Providence will be at that point, but somewhere around 300, and we'll just center it whenever we get told to head direct to Providence. But we know it's going to be around 300, 305, somewhere in there, so we'll just kind of have that dialed in about that direction. The next VOR up the line, if we were just to try and stay slightly ahead of the airplane, is the Putnam VOR 117.4, and that's going to be inbound on a 141. So we'll go ahead and dial that in down here, Putnam 17.4. And inbound on a 141, or yeah, inbound on the 141 outbound radio means we're going to be inbound on a 321. So it's 141 plus 180, so 321 is what we'll set. Whoops, other way. Again, just to kind of be a step ahead of the airplane as best of our ability. So that looks like 321 there. Alright, radio altimeter, I like having it set to 1 extra departure so we can get a needle on 4 when we get to 400 feet. And then we want to check our fuel quantity. We know we burnt some from the right tank as we were sitting on the ramp here. Oh, we burnt quite a bit from the right main. That's okay. All the rest are showing 55 gallons. We've burnt, 65 gallons. We burnt 10 gallons just sitting here yammering on. So, that's alright though. We'll balance it when we get airborne. Alright, time to close those doors. Let's get going, guys. Seatbelt signs are gonna come back on. We get the number 1 engine fired back up. Mix auto lean. So mix magnetos, fuel pump, prime it, clear it, and start it. Alright, got it running. Oil pressure comes up right away. Fuel pressure is still artificially elevated by the electric pump. Once we make the switch there, fuel pressure settles in, we're good to go. Yeah, always a step ahead. If not, Murphy's Law shows up tenfold, says Jay Smitty. Yeah. And, you know, whether or not I'm a step ahead of the airplane depends on how enriched the mixture is in the drink, too, sometimes. So we got the engine running now. Let's resync our heading. It looks like we're a 235 exactly. I'm sure these are slightly out of sync. Spin that around to 0. That's a couple degrees off there. That's a couple degrees off there, but now we're looking good. Flight control check, again, not really checking the yoke. We're really checking the outside flight controls, but somebody out there will make sure that all of our control surfaces moved the way we directed them to be moved. Trim should be neutral, and flaps 1 can be set. And we'll release the tailwheel lock, turn the taxi light on, and we are ready. And so we're taxiing in a 2-4 direction, so we're taxiing kind of straight ahead to head back out to runway 6. Martha's Vineyard traffic, Douglas 5 and 4 Delta Victor taxiing out to Martha's Vineyard runway 6. So normally you end with the airport name. You start and end with the airport name in your CTAF calls typically, but I kind of stuttered through that one a little bit. That's alright. Got Melvin, we owe 6 raffle tickets to. Alright, we'll get that taken care of in just a moment here. Cows cows should have been opened, but I had them left in trail there as we were sitting on the ramp. So now they're back in trail mode. Hydro pressure still looking normal. We will forego the run-up, since we have done one since starting the airplane today. If we were doing a passenger carrying flight, we would let the cabin know that we were getting ready for departure. So a little pad we could pull off onto and do a run-up if we had to. So C. George says, what do the cowls do? Cowl flaps are essentially a way to regulate the amount of airflow into the engine for cooling purposes. So on the ground, since you don't have a lot of forward airflow, you'll kind of want them open. And in the air, you usually at cruise, you would close them most or all of the way, since you have plenty of forward airflow and plenty of cooling at that point. And then typically during climb, you have them more open, and trail mode, I'll explain trail mode in just a moment. But in climb, you have them typically in trail mode, or I'm sorry, in climb you typically have them open, more open than closed, because you have the engines at a higher power and need more cooling effect at that point. Alright, so we're going to take off runway 6 and IFR westbound, northwestbound. Martha's Vineyard traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, departing runway 6, IFR north and west. Martha's Vineyard. Mesnak is here. What's going on, Mesnak? Haven't seen you here on stream in a little bit. Alright, we get the anti-collision lights on, landing lights on, taxi lights off, pitot heat on, fuel pumps on. Get lined up on runway 6. Pop that tail wheel lock on as soon as we get pointed up the runway. All temps and pressures looking good. Engines responding normally and symmetrically. So as soon as we're comfortable that we're lined up, we'll go ahead and pop that tail wheel lock on, and we'll set our takeoff power. 45 manifold pressure coming at you guys. Here we go. Tap the brakes to keep the center line. As soon as the tail comes up, we'll start using rudder to steer. There we are. Hold that nice level attitude and lift her gently off the runway. Okay, gear come up. Again, tower controller might have said, runway heading, fly runway heading, runway 6 clear for takeoff. We know that runway heading is about a 0.55 or thereabouts. And as soon as we get through 400 feet, make sure we get the nose down, start building airspeed. And we can pull the power down to 25 and 40. And we would contact departure. Used to call this Cape approach, but I guess it's now part of the Boston Tracon now. So Boston approach, Douglas 514 Delta Victors off of Martha's Vineyard, climbing through 800 for 3,000. Douglas 514 Delta Victor, Boston approach, radar contact. Turn left, heading 330. Okay, left to 330, Douglas 514 Delta Victor. And maybe they say 330 and climb and maintain 10,000. Okay, 330, 10,000 for Delta Victor. At 25, we'll adjust the throttles to keep 40 in the manifold pressure. Roll out on the 330. Martha's Vineyard traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor, clear runway 6. And leaving the area to the northwest, Martha's Vineyard. So we're doing the mock radio calls with air traffic control, and then we're doing the actual radio calls on 122.8. Alright, so we're through 2,000, we're going straight up to 10 now. And we were last assigned heading 330. Douglas 514 Delta Victor, proceed direct Providence, resume on navigation. Okay, direct Providence and resume on nav 514 Delta Victor. Alright, so direct Providence now means we're going to join that 310 radial. Why 310? Because that just happens to be the radial that we wound up on. No other reason. There's not a specific radial that we need to follow inbound. When they say proceed direct, that means proceed direct from wherever you happen to have wound up. So just turn that till it centers, and we'll track that in. As a matter of fact, we'll let autopilot have all the fun on that one. Autopilot, nav mode, and should be kind of holding us in a constant vertical speed. We got to watch. We got to be careful about climbing in vertical speed mode, guys. You got to make sure as you climb, your climb performance degrades. You know, the air gets less dense. Your wings produce less lift. You're not going to be able to climb as well at higher altitudes. In order to maintain a constant vertical speed, the plane is going to continue to pitch up and pitch up and pitch up, but you're going to be losing airspeed. So if you're going to climb in a vertical speed mode, you just got to be sure that you're watching your airspeed, and if your airspeed starts to dip, you got to reduce that vertical climb, that climb rate. So just be very, very careful if you're ever climbing in a mode. So a lot of autopilots have what they call like a flight level change, or they have an IAS hold, and they might. It's not really an auto throttle. They pitch the climb to match that airspeed, and that's really what you should be doing when you're climbing in vertical speed mode too. You should be adjusting your vertical rate to match the airspeed. So we'll go ahead and climb in vertical hold mode here. It looks like we got it dialed in to about 800, maybe 900 feet per minute climb. Pretty good climb performance, actually. But again, we got to make ultra careful to make sure we stay in climb power 25 and 40. We can't let the manifold pressure wants to slip as you go higher. So we got to make sure we keep it bumped up to 40 so we're not losing power. And again, we want to make sure we're not losing airspeed as we get into less dense air and have less lift. So again, just maintaining a safe climb rate to ensure that we are climbing at an appropriate forward airspeed for safety. Hopefully I've explained that well enough. Mesnek says, hey, I'm all good here. Just haven't had much time for either side of streams lately. Yeah, no, I got you, man. He says, saw you were on. Couldn't think of a better stream to watch while I assemble my throttle quadrant. Oh, cool. What'd you get, man? You got to tell us what you got. Read my comment and realized it could have been read rudely. No. No. I read it. I think I read it in the right spirit. It sounded like a compliment. No, man, it's all good. Good to have you here. Ballin says, yeah, surprised to see you still up. Good to see you, Controller Ballin. Yeah, we got a very late start tonight because we tried to do these flights once again in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, and once again hit major stuttering trying to head out of Boston. So instead of doing these in the Mooney Ovation, we're doing these in the Douglas DC-3 again, but I was determined we were going to get 3 of them done tonight, so got about an hour and 15 minutes setback because of that. Oh, Mesnek says it's a remix of the cadet throttle I found on Thingiverse. Heavily tweaked and made it my own. Well, you will need to, tell you what, if you can throw some pictures up and send us some links. I don't know if you post some pictures on, if you've got a social media or maybe Discord link to some pictures of the thing. We'd love to see it. You post the links right into the chat. I don't have that restricted, so feel free to do that. Alan wants to know, where are we flying right now? We are in the Douglas DC-3, Aeroworx Douglas DC-3, and we are doing the Wings over New England number 4, IFR number 4, which takes us from Martha's Vineyard up to Albany, New York. And so we're headed direct to Providence, VOR, 115.6, and then we'll be outbound from that on a 321 heading. And we're getting up to 7,000. Still in pieces, Mesnak says, I'll see what I can do. Yeah, no bother, man. I'm not trying to be a pest with that. Just if you wanted to share, feel free to do so. If you don't have any good pics to share, that's fine, man. I'll tell you what, since we sat on the ramp and we ran that right main down, let's flip the engines over and run them off the left main for a little bit, just to bleed the left main down. The right main is at just under 40, so we'll bleed both engines on the left main until that balances, and that way we won't have kind of a lateral imbalance as we come in for approach at Albany. But I gotta make sure that I remember that I've done that now, because if we keep flying along too far, then I'll bleed all the fuel out of the left main, and then we'll just be, you know, it's like if you do trying to cut your own hair and you cut this side a little too short, and then you cut this side a little too short, and then you cut this side a little too short. That's not what we want to end up doing. Yeah, Valen, this is a twin engine. It's a twin radial two Pratt and Whitney twin Wasp engines. Each engine does get its own tank, but what happened was, see, this plane does not have an APU. So when we did a turnaround on the ramp, we had the number 2 engine running to power the plane, and we had the number 1 engine shut down because that's the side the doors are on. So we had the right engine running longer than the left engine was running, and we burnt quite a bit of fuel down. And of course, I took a break out of the cockpit and got another drink, and then we did some housekeeping stuff on stream, some announcements, and then we got into the planning process of the flight based on, we had to read through the Wings Over New England training flight description for this flight. So we had quite a bit of stuff that we needed to cover while we were sitting on the ramp, and so the right engine wound up burning quite a bit of fuel while we were sitting there talking. So the right engine wound up way lighter. We'll check on that in just a second. What I want to point out right now is that, see, the airspeed now has dipped. It was closer to 120. It's now right on 110. 110 is still a fairly safe climbing airspeed. I don't like to let it get lower than that 106 or 107, where that yellow mark is, which is actually a flap extension speed, but it's also pretty good as a kind of a VY, kind of a best rate of climb speed. It's in the ballpark. It's close enough that I just use the yellow mark as that. Well, since we're starting to decay in airspeed, I'm going to reduce the vertical climb rate to make sure that we don't lose any more airspeed. I also got to make sure we're still keeping 40 in the manifold pressure. Like I said, as you go higher, that manifold pressure decays. Well, now I've got it as close to 40 as I'm going to get. So there we go. All right, let's check on that fuel balance. We still got 20 miles until we get to Providence VOR, so we got time to check on the fuel balance and see how we're doing now. Right main's just under 40, left main's still just above 40, about 45, so we'll keep it on the left main. Yeah, we'll keep both engines on the left main for now, just to get that left main and right main rebalanced. So yeah, that's what happens, Balin, is when, and of course in the real aircraft, the engines don't always burn exactly the same amount of fuel as they run anyway. Ideally they should, but oftentimes over longer flights you realize that one is slightly more fuel efficient than the other, and then so you do end up having to rebalance the fuel load every now and then. More so in the real world than you do in the sim, because in the sim obviously they're both perfect. Some planes, like the Reality expansion pack for various planes that you can get on XP11, you have the option of modeling 2 slightly imperfect engines. Go ahead and get it level at 10,000. Overshot just a little bit, but get it leveled off more or less. We'll keep the climb power in until the plane gets closer up to its cruise airspeed. You'll see that the autopilot is automatically now going to slowly but surely put in that down trim. As the plane speeds up, it produces more lift. You have to add more and more down trim to keep it level. And we've got autopilot taking care of that for us right now. Alright, so now we're getting up. Once we get up to about 150 indicated, now we can go ahead and pull it into our cruise power, which will be 23 on the RPMs, 34 on the manifold pressure. So right now I'm running both engines from the left main until I get it balanced again. Yes, exactly right. Both engines from the left main until we hit the point where they're balanced, and they're pretty close now. and then we'll put it back into a symmetrical configuration. Now the auxes, yeah, the auxes are balanced because I've only been running those symmetrically. And the mains are slightly off balance still. A couple of other things to do at cruise. We can get the cow flaps mostly closed. We can get the fuel tanks, I'm sorry, fasten seatbelt signs off. Love the sound of those engines, says Mesnak. What else do we do at cruise? We get the mix into auto lean. And I think that's it. Let's double check. Seatbelt signs, mix auto lean, cows mostly closed, and fuel tanks rebalanced. Okay, so let's just, last step is, are they nice and balanced now? Yeah, they are. Okay, good. So yeah, we unbalanced them by running just the right engine on the ramp, but now we've rebalanced them by running both engines off the left side in the air. No, each engine in this aircraft, Malin, each aircraft can only run, I'm sorry, each engine can only run off of one of the 4 tanks that the plane has. The plane has a main and an aux on each side. So there's 4 total tanks, and each engine can run off of only one of them. Balance says you just answered me. Yeah, basically showing you the fuel selector kind of answered your question, didn't it? All right. Temps and pressure's all looking good. Go ahead and put the fuel selector on a right main just so we can kind of keep an eye on that, or right aux rather, since they're about the same. We'll just keep it on one of the auxes and kind of monitor that as we go. The next thing was, so we've aviated, now let's navigate. So we're just about on top of that Providence VOR, 7.8 miles to go, minus the distance we are above it, so it's not going to hit 0 necessarily. At 10,000 feet, we're about 1 2/3 miles above it. So that's the closest that would count down to. But on the outbound side, we want to be on what? A 321. So we've got we're coming into it on a 3-1 something, right? Yeah, 312 or 313 thereabouts. Matter of fact, let's run through and sync these again. Let's make sure they're all pointing in the same direction. That says 312. I think that said also a 312. Whoops. 312. 312. Okay, they're in sync. That's good. So we're going to turn to a 321 outbound radial. Let's go ahead and get ready. We're going to pop it into heading mode so that we can keep the plane from turning to try and chase the needle. Oh shoot. 312 is what we want to be on here. Alright, so we'll pop it into heading mode as we get ready to pass over. We'll set the outbound course of 321. Just show you real quick. Again, 321 is the outbound radial that we're following. So 3-1, 3-2, 1 there, 3-2-1, maybe this there. So we're kind of watching our RMI. That kind of gives us a direct to. Says we got it dialed in pretty darn close. It's like we're on a 310 heading exactly right now. Okay, good. All of our gauges kind of match up. 1.7, 1.6, yeah, we're right over top of it now because we're 1 2/3 miles above it. Alright, so now we'll go ahead and turn to that 320, 32, whatever it was, 321. So in real life, asks Balin, so in real life, letting the fuel balance get too far out of whack could cause you to fly wonky? Question mark. Yes. And a matter of fact, not just in the sim world, I mean, not just in the real world, but in the sim world also. You know, the plane's weight and balance in these sims is pretty well modeled, so if you load it more heavily on one side than the other, whether that's payload or fuel or passengers or what have you, it will act accordingly, and it will require lots and lots of asymmetrical trim to keep it straight and level. So yeah, you don't want that. And what has happened to me before, Balin, so like for example in the Mooney Bravo in the FSX, it's similar to similar to the Mooney Ovation that we were going to be flying tonight, in that you got a left fuel selector and a right fuel selector because the wings are, because it's a low wing, it's not gravity fed, so you can't necessarily select from both at the same time. So you have to switch every. It depends on the pilot. Sometimes some pilots say every 15 minutes, some say every half hour. I just kind of eyeball it when I see one tank's getting lower. And if you forget and you're not paying attention to that, and you're flying on autopilot, your autopilot is going to be adding all of that asymmetrical trim automatically to keep the plane straight and level. And then as soon as you enter the pattern and you kick it off on autopilot and try to fly that pattern with one wing, you know, exponentially heavier than the other, suddenly you find that the pattern direction of turns is limited to whatever the heavier side is. So it can make life really interesting if you don't realize until too late that you've had the autopilot flying the entire time a plane that is crazy out of balance. Alright, so we're kind of established on that. It looks like we need to put in a couple more degrees of right correction there, maybe. Get nice and centered on that radial so that when we pop it back over into nav mode, auto won't try a crazy radical correction to get on that. We also need to kind of watch how far out are we taking this next radial. Not that far. It's a 23 total mile leg here, 12 miles to this intersection, Fosty, and then 11 miles to Putnam. So we're already 10, coming up on 11 miles. So really, before I even pop it into nav mode, I'm going to go ahead and switch over to navigating inbound to Putnam on a 141, which is a 321. So 117.4, we can see we have that dialed in to nav 2, so it is nice and centered, and that's good. But we'll go ahead and pop that up to where we get it on nav 1. Come on, 117.4 and 321. Yeah, 321. Whoops, had it on 321. And again, since we're already 10 miles away from that, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to leave it in heading mode. I'm going to put a little bit of more right correction into it. Just going to track this through heading mode rather than nav mode, just because we're about to pass over the next VOR, Putnam, and have to do this all over again. So we'll just leave it in heading mode. After we pass Putnam, it's a 41-mile leg out to the next VOR, which is Barnes. So we'll pass over Putnam, we'll turn left to a 302. How we doing on fuel? Aux tanks are looking good. We got 60 in each. A couple degrees left correction to get back on a direct course to Putnam. Again, 5.8 miles away, but remember 1.6 or thereabouts of that is in height. A little bit of a discoloration in the ortho there. That's, you hate to see it. Putting in a slight right correction to get back on the inbound radial, but we're so close, we're almost right over top of it. You get this close in, it's not even really worth chasing that radial. You might as well just kind of just go ahead and accept that you've cut the corner a little bit. Mesnak, yeah, it says I got some pics up on Discord. Go ahead and pop the links in here, man. Absolutely. No, no permission needed. You're good. I don't have restrictions set on the chat. Let's take a look. Ooh, neato. Very cool looking. Very cool. What do we got? Okay, so now you're showing us kind of the guts of it here on the back end. Gotcha. Very cool. I wish I had any kind of skill for that kind of stuff. Right, we're passing that VOR now. Let's see, what's the? I forgot what the outbound is. We're supposed to be on 302. So we'll set it to about a 290 here. On the heading, we'll set the radial to the 302. So there's 300, 301, 302. So again, I put in a little extra left turn there because we knew we turned slightly late. Oh, we're coming right back into it though. Go ahead and kick it into nav mode and let auto catch it right there as we come across it. Yeah, I wish I had any kind of skill for that kind of stuff, man. Me and tools generally do not get along. Uh-oh. Dallin said, "That's effing amazing." I don't know what he said. He's probably said something like, "That's effing amazing." Either that or he said, "I know a guy who plays for the Steelers that would love that." Steelers is a naughty word on this channel, guys. It's only a 2-minute timeout, Dallin. I don't know what it was you said. You're still welcome to rejoin the chat. Don't worry about it. So outbound now on the 302. And we're following that out for 41 miles. So just over 20 miles is when we will switch. And let's go ahead and get the next one set. It's going to be Barnes VOR on 113.0. And just to have a cross-reference, we'll go ahead and dial that into the nav2 here. 13 and 0. And the inbound radial, according to that chart, is 121, which would be 301. We're looking at that right? Yeah, 301. I'm not trying to zoom. I'm trying to turn it up. 301. Okay, yep, we're pretty much dead in on it. And you can see the nav. If you flip the nav back and forth, you got one counting up, one counting down. And again, because there's no marking like we saw on the later leg, we'll flip it when they're essentially equal. Mesnek says, if you want help or parts, let me know. I've got a ton of fun with this kind of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, at one point, I think somebody was going to send me a handmade trim wheel. I don't know what happened. I can't remember who that was or whatever happened with that. would have been kind of cool to have. I think Mesneck, honestly, I will probably go yoke shopping when we get to Flight Sim Expo in September. I've kind of decided that my CH, this is my second CH Products yoke. It's starting to go a little bit wonky on the potentiometers, the lateral potentiometers. And again, I'm not trying to badmouth it. It's a beginner's yoke, so it's made kind of inexpensively, and I'm trying not to use the word cheap, because it's a good product. But it is made kind of like I said, as inexpensively as possible to be a beginner's yoke, and so the parts are starting to show their age, and the lateral detection of the potentiometer goes kind of wonky. And of course, I know I could probably take it apart, clean it, and put it all back together. But again, I'm not real handy with that kind of stuff anyway. What I said was that's effing cool, because holy crap, dude, that's effing cool. Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of what I figured. I mean, that certainly lent itself to the conversation. Oh, there we go. There's Mesneck's homemade trim wheel, just as we were talking about it. So there you go. And so part of the reason, Mesneck, that I don't worry too much about having a lot of hardware controls is because I do fly some different types of airplanes. You know, I fly single engine and twin engine props, and I fly. Oh, the indicators work, he said. Nice. It's fed by SPAD or SPAD. I'm not sure how you say that, SPAD. But I know I've heard of that program or interface before, talking about hardware sim kits. So I kind of know what that is. Yeah. So SPAD is the interface, is the software interface, I presume. Arduino is the other one that I've heard a lot about, which I guess is, you know, kind of how you get the controls into the sim and vice versa. But anyway, yeah, so I fly some different kind of stuff, and I do fly, you know, the occasional airliner flight, and I do fly the biz jets, and then of course I fly the single engine props and twin engine props. So I feel like my sim pit would be geared toward one of those, and might not lend itself well to the rest. So that's one reason that I don't kind of worry about it. Yeah, so Mesneck says both of those are run by Arduino Pro Micro and then driven by SPAD on the PC. So there you go. So that's the two pieces of the interface that I've heard before, you know, in talking about this kind of stuff. Bumping the throttles up. I typically go 23 and 34. And then I just noticed that the manifold pressure was kind of down a little bit. So we'll pull the throttles up, just get back to 23 and 34 there. And Mesneck says, that sounds like a great use case for the Bravo. I presume you're referring to the Honeycomb. Easily configure between different aircraft just by rearranging the handles. Very cool. Yeah, I'll have to check on that. So when the last time I went to Flight Sim Expo, which of course was the 2019 one, they were just coming out. But they, when I went past the display there, and so 2019, I was there, even though I wasn't officially part of VATSTAR anymore. I went kind of to help represent VATSTAR, so I was kind of tied over to that booth for a lot of the time. I didn't get a chance to kind of just wander around and play with stuff and visit the other booths as much. I mean, I did some, but not a lot. So this will be the first time, this Flight Sim Expo coming up in 2021 will be the first time that I'm attending just purely as an attendee, not staffing or manning any particular booth or display. And so that'll afford me, I think, more of an opportunity to run around the floor and play with the toys a little bit more. So thought about getting one, said Mesneck, but I don't do multi, and I want something similar to what I'll be flying in real life. I got you, man. Yeah, so, and of course I don't have real life flying to compare to. All right, so we're past that halfway point now. 23.5 and then 17 into the next one. So let's go ahead and get switched over. We'll equalize the headings. Looks pretty good there. Let's get it into heading mode. Let's swap this next, the one that's in nav 2. Manually swap, but we don't have a swap button like we do in our electronic display nav radios, but we'll manually swap that up into nav 1. Again, I think 301 is the same on both ends. Yep, it is. Looks like we would put in a slight right correction to get back onto that radial, as auto will make that a less than slight right correction, more than slight right correction, I guess I should say. And we are now navigating inbound to our next VOR here at Barnes. And then outbound, man, we got kind of a rapid fire series of VORs. And then once we pass Chester, really need to start looking at the weather into Albany and start planning our arrival. Got a few folks that want some raffle tickets. I think I might have missed a couple of those earlier. Oh, well, we had Melvin's. So since we got a second, we got 13 miles before we're into Barnes, and I probably should be pre-tuning the next one up the line right now, but we're going to take this moment and just get those raffle ticket redemptions in. So Melvin Leroy is owed 6. As you see, Otto getting us back onto that radial now that we have intercepted it from whatever minuscule deviation we were on. Controller Bowen and Mesnak 4-2 gets one. Alright, so I think I am now caught up with those. Alright, let's get ahead. Let's take another peek at the engine gauges first of all, and then the fuel situation. Engine gauges are all looking good. Cylinder head temps are slightly up near the yellow, so we'll back the cow flaps off just a little bit here. Just get a little more cooling in and bring those cylinder head temps down, but they're fine. Again, the right and left aux have just over 50. Right and left main have just under 40, so we'll keep it in the aux for now. Alright, let's, again, we got a real rapid fire series of, so we're kind of done with the wings descriptions here. 13 miles north and west of Barnes. Yeah, we're already 8 miles north and west, so we really should be navigating inbound to Chester, 115.1 and 140. So let's, are we in heading mode? No, but let's make sure that we are. Match the headings. Heading mode. 115.1. And while we're looking at it, we'll get the next one up the line set, which is the Albany one, which again, we're probably not going to track in much because we got to take Chester out all the way out to the 39-mile point here. Albany's on 115.3. I'll show you that again in just a moment for those who missed it earlier. 115 and 3. Whoops, going a long way around to 3. Looks like we're slightly left of course here, so we'll throw in couple of degrees right correction. Really just at this point we're so close in, we don't want to really worry about the radial too much, but we just want to make sure we overfly the center of that Chester VOR as close as we can so that we end up on the outbound radial on the other side, which is a 319. I'm sorry, 319. So if we were to cheat and look at our ground track here, let's look at the low en route. Yeah, you can see our course wobbles around just a little bit, but we're not doing too bad here. We're coming up on Barnes there. Miles. I'm sorry, we're coming up on Chester. We actually overflew Barnes. Coming up on Chester. I think I switched VORs early. I think I got myself confused as to which one we were tracking in and out of there. Okay, but that's all right. We're still actually pretty much on course. So we're going to pass over Chester and then come outbound on a 319. So I'm not really looking at the radial anyway. Let's just get that set on the outbound course, which is 320 -1. So 320 Yeah, that's probably 321 right there. So there's 320, there's 319. Worry about that on the far side as we pass over it. Let's just kind of put a couple degrees right correction in and just make sure we fly right over the top of it here. Whoops, I was trying to zoom in and I did the same thing I always do, which is I jostled that knob right there. Now I gotta resync all those headings. Oh, you know what? No, never mind. I thought I was about to realize that I had been an idiot just then. We're good here. We're good. Another couple degrees right correction. I'll tell you what, before we do any more correcting of headings, let's just see what we're actually flying. We're flying a 314, it looks like. Get that back to 314. We'll wait until the autopilot resettles that out. Alright, so now what are we flying? 319. Yeah, it looks like we can go one more degree there just to match them up. Looks like we got to put a couple degrees right correction in. Again, our goal right now, we got a little bit off course in between those two very closely spaced VORs, but our goal right now is just overfly Chester as dead on as we can and then join the radial on the other side. So we're not really watching the radial. This is the outbound radial. This is the radial that we're going to be joining north and west of Chester. For right now, we just want to overfly it centered so that we can just get right on that radial coming out from the north and west side. So that says we're flying a 3, 2, 3 or thereabouts. That agrees. And that agrees. Okay, good. We finally got it sorted out. Alright, again, the radial's kind of going wonky, and we're not too worried about that. We do just want to adjust slightly to the right and overfly the center of that of that VOR as best we can. And then on the outbound side, again, it's a 319. So again, at this point, we're not really going to worry about coming too far to the right, too much further to the right to pass it. We're going to just miss it slightly to the left, and then we'll catch the radial on the outbound side. Not a big deal. So at this point, probably come a little bit left. Yeah, so we know, and we'll pull up the cheat map to show you. I don't consider it a cheat because I know what happened, and I'm going to show you that I know what happened. But you'll see. Basically, is we wound up a little bit left of course here, so we kind of turned back, but we just accepted that we were going to pass the VOR slightly to, instead of making a radical correction at the last minute to get on it, we just accepted that we were going to miss it slightly to the left, and we're going to intercept it on the outbound side. So I'll show you that as soon as we get there. Put a couple more degrees of right intercept in. Whoops. And then on the north and west side of this thing, we got Albany 115.3 and 139. So 115.3 is set, and 139, which would be 319. So there we go. Couple more degrees of right correction. And oddly enough, like as far as the sim is concerned, we're receiving that Albany VOR just fine, and we're tracking dead on that radial. But again, on the chart, I'll show you why it doesn't want us to track the Albany VOR inbound. It only wants us to track Chester outbound. And I'll redo that explanation from earlier. Alright, so now we'll hit nav mode. And auto will join us onto that radial. And again, let's check the map and we'll show you exactly what I had described before, which was, yeah, so we missed the VOR slightly to the left, but instead of cutting over toward it at the last moment, there's no purpose in doing that. We knew that it was better just to kind of keep on like we were, and then we would intercept that outbound radial on the far side of it. So, not a big deal. You don't want to go chasing. Once you get within a couple miles of that VOR, there's no purpose in chasing that needle all the way around. Just worry about what's happening on the far side. Alright, last explanation real quick of what we were talking about with this final leg. So again, ordinarily, when you have a leg that's in this case 47 miles, that's 23.5 miles out from Chester, 23.5 miles in to Albany. So in most cases, and keep in mind that slant alpha navigation, you know, you don't have these precise navigation methods. You have a navigation method that the farther out you go, the more, and I'm exaggerating the angle a little bit, but the farther out you go, the more possibly off course you might be. And as you track inbound from Albany, the farther out you go from Albany, the more possibly off course you might be, right? So it's in the middle, halfway in between, that you're at your worst when it comes to accurately tracking that magenta line. So that's why ordinarily, you know, 23 miles this way and 23 miles this way is where you want to make that switch. So if you're slightly left of course and you start tracking in, you're gonna your off course is going to get lower and lower as you get closer to that VOR. Otherwise, you track one radial out all the way, and then by the time you get up there, you could be way off course, and then be coming in at a very strange angle, and you might not be guaranteed obstacle clearance. That's the normal way of things. Occasionally, though, there are exceptions, and this is one of them. We have this little doohickey here that says instead of tracking, switching over at the halfway point, for whatever reason, either the radials don't line up perfectly, or we think maybe the Albany VOR signal doesn't come out too well to the east. So the sim is depicting it as being received really reliably right now, but in the real world, apparently this VOR signal is not too reliable to the east. So we have to keep tracking Chester all the way out to 39 miles, and then you would only go the last 8 inbound to Albany. We think that's probably a radio reception thing. Sometimes it's just because the VOR radials don't line up perfectly, because they're not exactly straight lines like they are depicted. But in this case, we have a real limited signal coming off on this radial, and then on this radial they say is completely unusable. So something that blocks this signal from propagating out to the east as it should, is my guess. Anyway, 18 miles out, and we know we probably wouldn't be receiving this too well in the real world, but here we know we're 28 miles. We can do the math and figure out. But since we are receiving that, we can just pop that over and see. We're 28 miles from Albany, and let's start looking at our arrival. We're probably kind of behind the 8 ball now. Haven't yammered on for long enough. Let's see what the weather situation is. METAR KALB. Again, if you had an ATIS, you would check it at this point. ATIS information, Delta, whatever. You'd get this information, plus you get the runways in use. But for right now, we have just the weather report. and we will make our own decision about runways and use. So 180 at 5, so hopefully we've got a southbound runway that's got an ILS, because our friend C. George wants to see auto fly the ILS in this case, so hopefully we can demonstrate that for him. 299 so we'll adjust the altimeter in just a moment. 10 statute miles visibility, few clouds at 15,000, broken clouds at 21,000, so we shouldn't have any issues with cloud layers this time around. At 180 at 5, this 5 knots is a nice light wind, but now let's see if 180 lines up well with any of the runways we have at Albany. This is Martha's Vineyard, that's the VOR approach we flew before. Going back. Yeah, this is VFR weather now. But we can let auto fly the ILS either way, that's not a problem. KALB. Let's pull up the airport diagram and see what runways we have. Well, we do have a southbound runway, so that makes it nice. We got a runway 19er, so we'll plan on that. And we'll come back to controller balance question in a moment. So we got a runway 19er. Let's see if we've got, yeah, ILS or LOC runway 19. Okay, good. Whoops. So 1095 and 191. 2000 will be our intercept altitude, at least 10 miles out from the airport, and we'll go through a full briefing in just a moment here. We will assume, again, we're not yet at the point where we're talking about doing the full approach with a feeder leg. You know, a lot of times if you wanted to do this without air traffic control, or if you wanted to just, you're coming from this direction and you just said, well, we'll just do the full approach from Albany VOR, you could fly a 3,000 foot leg out to this point, AMA. You could do a hold turn, which would be probably a teardrop turn there, and then fly it back in on the final approach course. We're not at that point where we're going to go through all that stuff yet. That's going to be covered in more detail in the later Wings Over New England flights. So we're going to pretend that we have an air traffic controller that's going to vector us up north of the airport, probably over like this, and then onto a 30-degree or more shallow intercept onto that. So we'll pretend that we've got some air traffic control to provide us those vectors, and that's how we'll handle it. Ballin has asked, a plane this old can auto land? Two things. Number one, this little cheap autopilot down here with the VOR gauges, and this little autopilot down here, slightly more modern than a vintage 1939 airplane would be. However, it's not unheard of that you could install more updated avionics into older planes. You know, planes are like computers. You could upgrade. You know, as long as you got the electronics, the electrical system that would support the avionics, you could put a GPS in here if you had a panel to install it into. So you can upgrade just like you can upgrade just the GPU on your computer, or you can upgrade just the RAM. You can upgrade just certain avionics in your airplane. I guess that's the best way to explain it. Alright, so we're going to say we're going to start getting a descent here, because we know we're getting close. We're only 14 miles out, so we're going to start getting a descent. So they're going to say descent pilot's discretion, maintain 2,000. I presume there's not any obstacle clearance issues. Well, 2,000 is going to be we got 4,000 over here. We're going to say descent pilot's discretion, maintain 3,000. Actually, let's do this. We can't really. We're south and east of the Albany VOR. We can't really descend any lower than 4,700 safely. So we'll say right now, descent pilot's discretion, maintain 5,000. All right, and we'll let auto still have the fun. So we'll go 20 and 20. Seatbelt sign will come on. Mix will go to auto lean. I'm sorry, auto rich. We'll check on the fuel tank situation here in just a moment. So, mains, seat belts. Oh, and the radio altimeter goes to 10x. Kyle's going to come back into trail. Oh, I meant to explain earlier the trail position. So this isn't really modeled too well in this plane yet. This is really modeled more like a knob that just goes from 0 to 100 of open cowl flap, and the trail is just 50% open. In the real airplane, trail is a mode that the cowl flap is really controlled by the airflow. The more airflow you have, the more closed the cowl flap goes, just kind of on its own, just because of the way the shape of the way the thing is designed. Alright, so we're now 39 miles out from Chester VOR, so at this point the controller's going to say, fly heading 360, vectors for the approach. So we'll go ahead and get the 360, go ahead and get it into heading mode. We know that right now we are only able to descend and maintain 5,000. I think we're getting to the point though where we're about to be north of the airport and we can get a lower descent here. Now that we are being vectored, we can start setting up for this approach a little bit more thoroughly. 1095 and 191. Come on, where's the trying to tune a knob here? 109.5. There we go. 1095 and 191. We're 8,000, so we're good on altitude for right now. Missed approach is on the CAM VOR, Cambridge, okay, 115.0. So it'd be a climbing left turn and direct to Cambridge on looks like a northeast heading, 045-ish. So 115 and 045, more or less. Okay. We have DME on our ILS, and it's increasing, so that means we are, is it increasing or is it decreasing? No, it's decreasing, so we're not yet north of the airport. So we still need to stop the descent at 5,000. Once we get north of that reference line to the Albany VOR, then we can descend to 3,600. And then once we're established on the ILS, we can descend to 2,000. Again, you would have air traffic control giving you vectors in this case. This is us just kind of fudging it a little bit. Since we're descending through some clouds here, which I thought we weren't going to have issues with, let's just double check. Yeah, our outside air temp is below 0. Let's go ahead and get some anti-icing measures on while we're coming through these cloud layers. So Balin had asked about a plane this old auto landing. There's nothing in this plane that says it can auto land. It can track a glide slope and it can track a localizer. That does not mean it can auto land. That means it can track a localizer and glide slope down to minimums. Category 1 ILS means that the plane can track it. Well, that means that you can follow the instrument approach down to minimums of approximately 200 feet above ground level. Category 2 would be down to 50 feet above ground level. Category 3 would be auto land capability. Get you close enough to do the rest yourself. That's a good way to say it, Ms. Knight. Exactly, Bowen, right. Okay, so we're now at the point where our distance to the ILS is increasing. So I think we are safe to continue down through 5,000 down to 3,600. And let's just go through our full approach briefing. Landing on 19 rather. It's going to be a right-hand turnoff past the crossing runway. General aviation parking is all the way down on the south end, so we'll roll it long, turn out past the crossing runway. We talked about the cloud cover. Looks like we're below it now. Go ahead and get the anti-icing stuff off. Frequency and course were set. Missed approach frequency and course was set. Again, the missed approach is a left turn to northeastbound heading in 5,000. Winds are light-ish, and 180 at 5, and I think we got everything else covered. So 3,600 is as low as we'll go, and then we'll kind of assume that we're going to get kind of a 270 heading. And 3,600. So we'll stop the descent there. Oh, we didn't go far enough out actually. So we're gonna turn right. We gotta be at least 10 miles north of the airport in order to intercept that that ILS at 2,000. So we need to go a little bit farther north. So we'll get back on that 00, that 360 heading. Oh, speed's too far down too. We leveled out, but I didn't add power back in. Yeah, not being careful, guys. When I popped it back into level flight, it should have immediately added power, and I almost got myself in trouble there. Alright, 110's fine, 110's fine. Alright. So again, we would be getting vectors from air traffic control, but at this point we'll just say they're giving us 270. We're below the speed for flaps 1. We'll go ahead and get flaps 1 set. Add a little power in to counteract the additional drag. We're going to watch the ILS flip back and forth a couple times just because X-Plane's funny about that. What happens is you have the ILS for runway 1 and the ILS for runway 19 on the same frequency. Ordinarily in the real world, the airport would only be broadcasting one of those, but an X-Plane, it flips back and forth a couple times because the sim has trouble figuring out which one you're setting up for. So you get that little goofiness with the localizer flipping back and forth both ways every now and then. think we might actually be past it, guys. Distance is actually getting slightly greater, so we might have overshot. I'm gonna actually 180, and we're gonna try that intercept again. Again, we this isn't quite realistic. Realistically, if you didn't have air traffic control or you were doing this full approach, we would have caught it from the VOR and just gone northbound and done the procedure turn. We're kind of pretending as though we have ATC vectoring us, which we don't, so I'm kind of fudging a little bit. You'd still get some back signal on the ILS, but it shouldn't be nearly as strong. Yes, but the needle would be on the other side, and that's exactly what it did. See, there we go. Now it's flipping to the other side. So it's hard to tell in the sim whether you're getting the back course signal or the opposite runway signal, and it just happens at airports where you have, you know, obviously you have the ILS broadcasting on the same frequency whether you're operating in north or south ops. But in the real world, you'd only have one or the other. You wouldn't have both. And again, I'm not watching the speed. Tell you what, let's turn in toward it just a little bit. If we get closer in on the ILS to runway 19. Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. Well, we need to be at a lower altitude then. Alright, let's take ourselves northbound. Let's get down to a lower altitude. Once we're established on that localizer, we can descend safely to 2,000. All right, and I think I've already commenced the approach. Yeah, I got all the commencing approach stuff done in the checklist, so we're ready to just hammer it out here. Tail wheel should be locked, cowls are in trail, fuel pumps were on, cabin's been notified. Okay, alright, now we can start. Now we can get our vector for our intercepts. So they'll say, you know, 5 miles from whatever, turn right heading 170, or yeah, 160. Maintain 160 and 3,000 till established. Clear ILS runway 19 approach. Okay, and at this point, yeah, okay, there we are. So the localizer is indeed indicating on the correct side now. So it took us an extra turn or two, but we finally got up to where we would ordinarily have been given a vector in to intercept. And we are at flaps 1. We can start gradually getting the props forward. And at the request of C. George, we'll let auto fly this until minimums. What were the minimums? Did we discuss? 480. So we'll just say 500 round figures, which is 200 above ground level. Alright, so there we are. Our localizer's coming in, so we'll pop it into nav mode. And as it turns out, ordinarily they wouldn't vector you this tight, but you would ordinarily intercept the localizer and then follow that level, and then the glide slope would come down. But we've kind of intercepted both at the same time here, so we'll go ahead and pop it into approach mode. Okay, and it is sending us on the glide slope now. So now our job is to manage the speed and the configuration. We're descending on the glide slope is more normally when I get the gear out. 100 knots, you can go flaps 2. This is where you get handed off the tower. We'll keep it at 90 knots until we're a little closer in. .8, we should be right at 2,000. Oh, we're within 6. We're within 6. So the next checkpoint in is at 3.8. We should be at 1,600. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, Albany 9.8. Interesting. So I think what we may be getting, guys, we may be getting a DME on this ILS when there shouldn't be one. That might have been why we were having some trouble coming up with the correct intercept altitude and distance. So C. George is saying, is approach mode managing the glide slope, or are you managing it with the speed? No, all I'm doing is throttling for speed, and the plane is pitching for glide slope. Yeah, I think we need to be ignoring that DME reference, guys. I don't think that DME is accurate. Albany traffic, Douglas 514 Delta Victor's on a 5-mile final, runway 19 Albany. I know the DME says 3.6, but we're at 1,500 feet here, so. Alright, predictions, guys. I'm getting ready to take over control. Just a number into the chat, no bot command necessary, positive or negative. We know you mean a descent rate. I'm going to go ahead and get under 90 knots. Get flaps 3. Kitty Rin's here. Kitty Rin's been lurking. Under 80 knots, we get flaps 4. Aim for about 75 down final and 70 over the numbers. Yeah, we still got a little bit of fuel in the aux tanks. Should have changed it to the main tanks, but it's too late to do that now. Alright, so there we seem to be stable on localizer and glide slope and speed. Gears down and green. We are flaps 4 set and checked. And presume that we will have our landing clearance by this point, so I will go ahead and take over the airplane, my airplane. Looks like we need to correct a little bit to the right here. Got Jason Mini trying to distract me on final. I do appreciate the support, even if it's done at inopportune times. Now we're going to roll long and turn right. If we got to go mist, it's northeast bound to 5,000. $75 down final. We'll get to 70 over the numbers. Oh, coming down kind of steep now. .109, we'll take that. 109 and no bounce. Get the yoke back, get the wheel stuck down to the pavement. Go ahead and stow the flaps. The tail wheel lock off. That said, we wanted to kind of roll long. Are we at the, well, we at the crossing runway? Yeah, I don't want to turn off onto the crossing runway. So yeah, we'll pass the crossing runway and then turn right. Alright, we'll get turned off. Where are we going again? It's the GA ramp all the way down at the south side? Yeah. Charlie and Alpha. Yeah, we'll go left Alpha. And all the way down to the south side of the terminal where the GA area is. Albany traffic. Douglas 514 Delta Victor clear, runway 19er, Albany. Off the runway, anti-collision off, landing lights off, taxi light on, pitot heat off, fuel pumps off, cowls open, we'll definitely catch up on the activity there as soon as I can make sure I'm taxiing straight in here. So I'll assume this big blue hangar and the brick building after it, we'll assume that's where we're going, guys. Get the plane spun around so the doors are on the building side for you. Just a little safer on the ramp. I think like a bus driver, like I always say. Tell you what, let's go one more down, then we'll make a right, and then we'll come at it from the south. That way we'll have the doors on the appropriate side. There we go. Oh, that's the fire station. Okay, well. Guess what, a tour? Fire station. We'll bring it back up in front of the blue hangar, guys. Get the taxi light off. Oh, look, guys. It's our furry co-pilot. Alright, very good. Let's scroll back. Well, I'll tell you what. Now, let's get the plane shut down. And then I'll scroll back, catch up with the predictions and the chat messages and then all the other activity that you guys threw at me on final there. I think I did pretty well with it, though, even though you guys were doing your best to distract me. Parking brake on. Tail wheel can be relocked now that we're in the parked position. Get the transponder back to 1200 and off. Go ahead and shut down both engines now and reset the trim. Trim's already pretty neutral. That's good. Shut down both the number 1 and the number 2, so that's going to be mix magnetos and generators off. Seatbelt signs can come off. You guys can go ahead and pop the doors open in the back there. There we go, as you guys can make your way out. Trim was reset, and ETA, like I said, 4:55 Zulu time on the ground, 5 o'clock Zulu time on the blocks, and we're only 6 minutes after that. Not too bad. Let's, and some of that was accounted for by all this wigwagging around we did up north of the airport as we were trying to find our intercept heading. So it looks like I was on a pretty good intercept had I turned straight on the final from where I initially started self-vectoring. But again, the localizer was flip-flopping back and forth as far as whether I was left of course or right of course. So I think I kind of got a little bit distracted and confused by that. But that's just X-plane. Again, it's just because in this particular case, the northbound and southbound runways use the same ILS frequency, but in the reality, only one of those would be active at any given time. Whereas on X-plane, it doesn't really know which one you're trying to use. So anyway, once we got it sorted out, it actually worked out pretty well. And we'll bring that over. You guys can see that there. We'll do a replay of the landing as well. We'll go ahead and get ourselves disconnected off of the network. And what are you using to track? Asks Mesnek. I'm not sure what you're asking. Track what? Captain Canadian Mustache here. Yeah, we are closing up shop for the night, man. Thank you for stopping in, though. Always good to see you. So I'm not sure what you're asking about tracking, Mesnek. So let me know what you're asking there. I'll do my best to answer. Let's see what else. We want to go ahead and finish up the shutdown here. Levers can come down. Mix radio master and inverter can come off. No smoking can come off. The cowls can go closed. We would get both of the planes, both of the tanks into off. And we need to check our ending fuel load as well. So we get cowls closed. Yeah, we did. So ending fuel load was supposed to have been 125 total gallons. And we knew we had about 20 there, 20 there. 35 there, 35 there. So 35, 35 is 70, 80, 90, 110. And I had said 125. So again, I think we might need to just dial up the consumption numbers in this plane. I tend to end short. Of course, part of that was because I was sitting on the ramp yammering on, but just might need to just dial the consumption numbers in this plane up just a little bit. All right, so we'll get back to that. Oh, Mesnak was asking, what was the map you just had up? That's just the M map in X-plane. So just hit M, and you can switch it into VFR sectional, IFR high or IFR low. Of course, if you're trying to check your compliance with Victor Airways, then IFR low would be the way you want to go. VFR sectional is a little prettier. And VFR sectional has some of the Victor Airways on it also, so that's not a bad one to check your compliance as well. But yeah, that's just the regular XP11 default map. Just hit the M button. Mesnek says, "Oh, I need to X-plane more." Yep. All right, very good, guys. Let's back up and check with the predictions. So 59, 70, 103 said Smitty, and 113 said Mesnek. I think the actual was 109, was it not? 108 or 109? If it was 108, then Smitty and Mesnek would have split the difference there. 495 point guesses from either of those, so that would have been wonderful. I think it might have been 109, which would have made Smitty the winner just by 2 points there. We got Smitty's Tier 1 subscription extension. We got C. George is gifting a sub. We got the Cold Duck was the recipient of that, it looks like. We got some cheer bits from Balin. Yeah, you guys were all just trying to distract me. And Mesnek said, had a great smooth flight and a lost lunch on the taxiway. I don't think I did that bad. I'm not used to this kind of turning rate. Cubs and Moonies are a tad more agile, says Mesnek. We'll watch the replay. Let's go ahead and check that out right now, as a matter of fact. Whoops. Oh, I didn't close the doors at the end of the stream, so now it's rendering them as open. Oh, that's not a great view. Guess we'll watch from there. Is the tower view that obstructed? Yeah, it is. Alright, so here's where we'll watch, guys. In the meantime, I do want to thank you guys for flying along with the Wings over New England flights numbers 2, 3, and 4 here at the Boston Virtual ARTCC. Again, you want to check out bvartcc.com for those Wings over New England training flights, 6 VFR flights, 24 IFR flights, and each one gives you a subsequently more progressively advanced concept of navigation and procedurals and reading charts and all those sorts of IFR procedures that it ends up being kind of a real great review even if you're a seasoned pilot, but a great primer into how to fly some of these approaches. And again, we'll get into later lessons where we're actually going to fly the approach from that initial fix at the VOR, go out, show you how to do that hold turn properly to reverse course and end up back on the inbound course and all that stuff. Always more fun when we do that with Boston Virtual ARTCC on VATSIM, but just didn't have them tonight. They've got some events coming up this week, so it's not terribly unheard of that they might have been off tonight. But yeah, man. Canadian Captain says, "I love the hockey stick action in the approach." Yeah, those procedure turns. You end up kind of looking like a hockey stick or a golf club. Do you have a link to those training sites? Yeah, Wings over New England. It's just Boston Virtual ARTCC's website. Just go ahead and check it out right there. You can see the list of flights, but if you want to see the flight details, you do need to be signed in with your VATSIM account onto that site. Woo! Shiny. And again, this is slightly more firm than the other two tonight, but we also got it down without bouncing it. Pretty good on center line, too. Not too bad. Drifting a little bit to the right there. Slightly firm. Yeah, I was happy with it. Let's see if we can watch it from one more angle here. It is a pretty birdie, pretty birdie. Alright, let's watch it from here, guys. Alright guys, thanks again for hanging out. Some housekeeping announcements. You guys mostly are familiar, some planes scattered around the tarmac in the ortho. You guys are mostly familiar with the monthly raffle, but those of you who are a little bit newer to the channel, you're collecting those Twitch channel points, those alphabets points there at the bottom of the chat panel. If you get 1,000 of those together, redeem them for an entry into our monthly drawing. If you get 5,000 of those, you want to save up for 5,000, you get 6 entries for the price of 5. And we'll watch the taxi in here as we talk about that. The prizes, if you are the name chosen at the end of the month, are the Slant Alpha merch items, the black t-shirt, or the trucker cap, or the mouse pad, or the coffee mug, or if you don't want any of my crap, you can choose a $25 gift card either to Amazon or the xplane.org store. Now here's where we started swaying a little bit back and forth, just because I was not truly paying attention. I was trying to get the plane. First of all, I was trying to figure out where I was, and whether I was before or after the crossing runway, and then just starting to get the plane configured for the arrival and time to turn off here. So yeah, a little bit of zigzagging there after we got slowed down, but I was pleased with the arrival. Mesneck says we turned kind of sharply here, maybe. Yeah, I mean, these tail draggers, they pivot on a dime. You get 100,000 points eligible for a brand new car. Well, let's be careful, C. George. Eligible doesn't mean you're awarded one. All right, very cool. Now, the second thing I want to let you guys know about is that if you ever wanted to purchase some Slant Alpha merch, and I don't know why you would, but many people have expressed the desire. You got this stuff over my right shoulder that you can now purchase from Redbubble. Link is, well, where's the link? I guess Furry Copilot has been given that to you along the way, but there it is again. But you can check that out. You got the white T-shirt, or the white with black T-shirt, white with black trim T-shirt with the logo on it that you can have for purchase. And guys, I pulled my commissions down on those as much as I could to keep those prices reasonable. Redbubble's prices on the T-shirts were a little on the high side, I thought, but I pulled my commissions down. I'm not looking to retire on this stuff. If you guys are interested in having a shirt, there you go. We got the tote bag over there, and the mugs hanging up on the top of the hangers. Those are available, the conventional mug and the tapered mug. And yep, and the shirts, and then the tote bag. And as I said before, the tote bag was a great segue for Flight Sim Expo, because if you're going to head down to San Diego in late September, 24th through 26th, the tote bag would be great to carry all your event merch around in. And that event was officially, by the way, last week you probably heard the news, was officially rescheduled into September from the original date in early June. It's now definitely back on the books for September 24th through 26th, and I have already redone all my arrangements, and I still plan to be there in person at the Town & Country Resort, San Diego, California, from the 24th to the 26th of September. Matter of fact, get in on Thursday the 23rd, and I fly out on Monday, so any of you that are going to end up in town for that, we got plenty of opportunities to hook up, have dinner or drinks or whatever else. So, when we get a little closer to September, we'll maybe start talking about coordinating plans and having a little Slant Alpha get together out there in San Diego. And Smitty says the shirt that I won from you was much better quality than the other similar shirts ordered through similar services. Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Smitty. I did order kind of the nicer ones, and the one that Smitty got, the black ones that are part of the monthly raffle, those were all done by Vistaprint, and I felt like those were much better than the ones that I got from my streaming service. So I didn't set up the shop through the streaming service, but I feel like the Redbubble merchandise is pretty good, so you guys can feel free to check that out. And again, I did what I could with the prices. I think the t-shirts are a little on the pricey side. The mugs are nice and affordable, and the tote bag as well. So all right, I think that's going to wrap it up. What is coming up next on the schedule, gentlemen? We are going to be back with you on Friday. That's going to be the 16th. We're going to give Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 another chance here. We keep doing it. We keep getting burned on it. But we're going to hope to fly that thing on Friday, on Business Casual Friday, and we're going to fire up that working title CJ4 mod and fly that around the various world-famous Colorado ski resorts. So we've got some very interesting, very challenging approaches out there in Colorado, in the likes of Telluride and Aspen and Eagle County and other places in that area over there in the Colorado Rockies. So that'll be on Friday. Again, the working title CJ4 mod, now on version 12 for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020, and fingers crossed that we don't have issues in it like we did with Flight Sim 2020 tonight. On Sunday, we're going to be a little bit off schedule. Sunday at 4, we've got the Virginia Showdown. We've got some airports in Washington, D.C.'s ARTCC that aren't often staffed on VATSIM, but they will be on Sunday at 4. That's going to be Norfolk International, Richmond International, and Charlottesville. That's going to make it an ATC stream. The show schedule has not yet been updated, but we have been given our position assignment. We're going to be on Richmond's ground for that one. So get to see me do some ground control, and that'll be on Sunday at 4 p.m. That means a week from tonight, Monday the 19th, we will be off in lieu of that Sunday stream. If you'd like to see the full show schedule, well, I'll tell you what, if you want to see what's coming up in the short term, our Twitter feed and our Facebook feed are available there. Slant Alpha at both of those venues. You've got the full show schedule down there under the streaming window, under the About tab. You've got that full show schedule also posted over there on Facebook and on our Discord server. Discord server's invite link is at the bottom right of your screen, and you're more than welcome to join in the conversation over there. Again, we've got the contest day coming up on Wednesday the 21st. We'll be doing an extra flight for you on Wednesday, April 21st. We've got a channel in that Discord where you can suggest some instrument approaches in the Washington ARTCC as a challenge to me, where we will perform those approaches, fly them by hand in the Mooney Ovation, and we will set the minimums to just above, we'll set the weather conditions to just above the published minimums. And we'll see which one of you can come up with the approach that is the most difficult for me to perform for you. So that'll be Wednesday the 21st. We've got a little bit of a contest in the game and a giveaway that'll go along with that. So join in on our Discord server and get in on that action as best as you can. And even if you're not one of the ones that jumps in and suggests an approach, we will definitely have a way for you guys to get involved in the game on Wednesday the 21st. So Wednesday the 21st will be a giveaway night in addition to our monthly raffle at the end of the month. Don't forget to check out our YouTube channel as well. In addition to having all of our old flight broadcasts, we also have a plethora of tutorials over there, and you can check those out if you have questions about what to say to VATSIM air traffic controllers, or how to put a route together on VATSIM, or how to put a VFR flight plan on. Not sure how to get that together. You can go ahead and check that out over there, and check those tutorials. The playlist called Tutorial. Check those tutorials out, and then let me know if you've got questions about any of those. All right, I think we're about to wrap it up. Thanks for joining tonight. We're going to kick the stream over to Mr. Polite, Mr. Polite 01. He looks like he might be on final approach here, but we'll send him the raid before he gets down, and maybe see if we can distract him on final like you guys were trying to distract me on final. But we'll get the stream sent over to him. Again, Mr. Polite 01, and make sure you show him lots of Slant Alpha love. In the meantime, we will be back with you on Friday from Colorado. In the meantime, be safe in your own travels and your own adventures, and we'll talk to you then, guys.